academy can help of environment, and it is there in the national situation room to fight forest fires in Brazil. This is a combination not only the funding of the government, but also civil society in order to supply evidence and support for decision making when it comes to public health and forest in fires in Brazil. Here you have the website of the alarm system. I invite you to navigate this website to know the data are free. They are daily updated. And like I said, this data support daily this national situation room to fight forest fires in Brazil. And when it comes to our lab, in addition to the alarmist system, we contribute with some other initiatives in terms of public health. Professor Lino, who is here, he presented this week the alarmist agua system. We have alarmist fire and also the monitoring of urban heat islands by satellite, which is Urb Climate. This will be actually, we have this website. It is being updated and soon it will be made available with the monitoring starting by the state of Rio de Janeiro and the urban heat islands from the 70s. This is what I had to show you. Thank you very much.
Bem, obrigado. Vamos passar para a próxima apresentação.
Thank you. We're going to go to the next presentation. Professor Marcelo Correia, he is Director of the Resources of Natural in the University of Bajubá. He has graduated from USP, specialized in physical meteorology and climate change, with focus in
Obrigado. Bom dia, pessoal. Nada como ser chefe, né? Você viu?
Good morning.
A gente ouve coisas boas. Minha apresentação está aqui.
My presentation is here, I believe.
Aqui como reparar, porque eu não sei como tá. Espero que esteja ok. Bom, pessoal, bom dia mais uma vez.
Morning once again. My presentation is related to what Renato said. I stole most of your articles on the presentation I gave like 3 weeks ago in a infant health event. And what I'm going to talk about today, I talk about exposoma. It's closer to this. I'm going to explain soon enough because it is a term. For those who know me, I always work with UV and hair and skin health, but we go a bit far from what sun exposure is. The connection between humidity, contamination, and health, not only hair and skin, but I'm part of I'm part of the Allergy and Immunology Association presently, and we've been working with pulmonary health. So I'm going to talk at the beginning of this presentation about this relationship that goes beyond the sun, the need for us to assess our health in these combinations of environmental exposition as a whole. Of course, I'm going to talk about climate change that imposes a result on this, and I'm going to talk also about some new techniques for this job. I'm going to coordinate, of course, we have a lot of coordination options, and it's nice to talk about this, and why not expand our work networks. When we talk about exposoma, it's a word created in this century, is the measure of all the expositions we have from the uterus to our death. So it gathers nutritional factors, environmental factors, health, what we eat, and this is one of the intrinsic factors and extrinsic as well. And why is important to assess this? Recently, everyone who work in the doctor's field, exposition, it is the reason of most diseases. So sometimes we talk about genetics, but genetics is only one factor. Renata showed the amount of diseases for lung exposure to contamination. So these are just some of the chemicals, pH, contamination, mostly PM, and thin and thick, and exposure to humidity. Some researches that we have is partnership, public-private sector, and within the last years, we were able to bring mostly to the cosmetic field to finance some research projects. I'm going to show some results just to show a project that was developed with L'Oréal from Brazil, and the second project was an international show that we had to develop low-cost sensor. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to be here yesterday, but use of artificial intelligence, and it's a project that is from Vichy, and was the first time that this project, the prize came to the Southern Hemisphere. And this is closing now in December, is a collaboration from L'Oréal France. And we are in the end, we're going to present this new research project. We're going to characterize is a derivatory from this other project, and to try to understand how environmental exposition affect our health. This first project, research project, brought some measures in Porto Alegre, Rio de Janeiro, São Paulo. So we have sensors for UV radiation measures, sensors linked to some measurement of pollutants and temperature and humidity. Some interesting things we have in these results. This was in Recife. We went biking from the beach of Boa Viagem. It was a highly cloudy day, and after half hour, we had amount of radiation enough. Even for a whole cloudy day, we had enough radiation for a phototype like mine. After 1 hour of exposition, we had enough to cause harm, even for a black skin. We can be affected even in one day, cloudy day. So we follow these measures. For those who know, we've been working in this region. We left Pinheiros, Vida Madalena, in Sao Paulo. We biked till the center of the city, downtown. This is municipal market. It was a very contaminated day. I don't know if you know the region. We have a lot of street food stores there. And we have ozone, because ozone is important to filter UV when it's in the stratosphere. But when it's in the surface, no, it's a contaminant that is strong. It has a harm potential that is huge. What saved us was to get there and have something to drink, because we had to come back. Other important thing, and we have a secondary factor with the exposition, is to see that most part of the measures were measured in a lot of thermic and discomfort. And it's important to use solar protection. And many times it is unpleasant when the temperature is high and the humidity is high. So this is a secondary effect, and it's important for the capacity. We have studies that shows a correlation, a positive between high temperature emissions and skin cancer. And we were doing everything for health besides the sensors we had also some hair samples and all kinds of hairs and colors for us to measure. And we have some interesting information. We have cystic acid here, which is an indicator of damage, because melanin. It was a very interesting article, and you can see that what caused the larger damage. People from L'Oreal made the study, and you can see that hair that are not washed, they accumulate ozone, and this ozone destroy the capillary fibers. So this open a possibility for the industry to develop this kind of products to protect. We had a huge impact with this, and L'Oréal France invited my supervisor, my postdoc. She invited us 80% of the resources for this project came to Brazil. We published this year these two papers. Why? Because they're interested and they are concerned on how industry and the medical industry is going to react to this. Covering of clouds, depth of sprays, and we saw some scenarios, future scenarios. They are protector for UV rays. So the transport mechanisms in the atmosphere push this sensor. So the tropical areas are going to continue to be a high emission place. And talking about ages, most part of the population in these areas are old. We're going to have a lot of risk because Brazil is one of the record lists with skin cancer. And we have a scenario that is, I liked what Renata said, and because of the temperature and humidity. For us to solve and do this project, develop this project, these climate situations, we have a problem because the database are very large, matrices that are so large. I had to stop the project because what I had foreseen, we weren't able to calculate. It would take a longer time. So I did all the possibilities for the ozone found, spray, what we found in climatology. I created a huge database and I used my techniques of AI, and I developed this UV estimator. And you can see that while we were taking 17 hours using a technique that is very well known for radiation, with an estimator, we took some seconds to calculate a grid of the whole planet, 5,000 times larger and with around 2%. And it was interesting in the area of modeling for radiation and allowed us to work with these projections. So these are things that are combined and interesting to work with. And because my time, I know I am aware that my time is up, I just wanted to share the whole is this project, because the concern is what are we going to have? We saw some scenarios that are very concerning: contamination, temperature, humidity, UV radiation. And this is a project that was offered by CNPq, WESC, here from Brazil, 3 countries that are South American. And the idea is with these countries, we have the Altiplano of Bolivia are very high levels, Atacama Desert. We have some UV because we can have this with the big cities, even the desert of Paraguay, the temperatures can get to 45, 50 degrees. São Paulo, Itajubá, which is where I live, Ilhéus, southern Bahia, Mossoró, because of the surface, a lot of sand and UV radiation, because it's close to Ecuador and the Amazonic region. So we're going to do some measurement using the sensors. And some other examples and portable sensors. This project was approved by CNPq, and I had a meeting with L'Oréal, and we can have larger resources support because they want us to work with hair samples, and they want to have tele measures, and they want to know how these biological entities behave. It's a very interesting project. It's very interesting to work with it, and I believe we're going to have a discussion, so thank you.
Bem, obrigada. Vamos passar então para a próxima
Thank you.
palestra da Beatriz
Let's go
Oliveira.
to the next
Ela é formada em enfermagem
presentation.
pela
Beatriz
Universidade
Oliveira,
Estadual do
she's a
Mato Grosso,
nurse
com
from
mestrado
the
e
University
doutorado na área de saúde,
of Mato
política e
Grosso,
ambiente da
and
Fundação
she has
Exposição
postdoc in
Atualmente é
public
colaboradora na
health,
Fiocruz
and
e
she's
pesquisadora em
collaborator
saúde
in
pública no
Fiocruz and
Piauí,
researcher
com
in
foco em
public health
exposição
in
a agentes
Piauí,
químicos
talking on
e seus
exposition
efeitos na
of chemical
saúde,
agents and its
especialmente na
effects
saúde
in
de
health,
crianças, né?
specifically in
Com
children,
relação à poluição
relating
na área de saúde pública, com
on
ênfase
public
em
health
epidemiologia
and with epidemiology
gerenciamento de risco.
and risk management.
Obrigada.
Thank
Primeiro,
you.
agradecer a oportunidade de estar aqui.
Firstly, I
compartilhar nosso
would like
trabalho.
to thank the opportunity for being
Sair
here
aqui.
and share my work.
Bom, me desculpem se tiver alguma coisa em
I
português também.
apologize
Foi
if
bem
there's something in Portuguese.
A gente trabalha, nossa
We
equipe trabalha
work, our team
especificamente
works
com mudança
specifically
climática, impactos na
with
saúde,
climate
mas levando em
change and
consideração
impact in
principalmente
health,
a região da Amazônia,
considering
mas as cidades
mostly
dessa
the
região.
Amazon region.
Eu não vou passar muito por aqui,
I
acho que a
won't
gente teve
go
uma
through
longa
this.
semana
We had
falando
a
sobre as mudanças de
large
clima,
week
como que a
talking
gente
about
sabe que
climate
elas estão
change, and we
acontecendo,
know
qual a
how
nossa
they're
contribuição em
happening,
termos de
and which
atividades
is our
humanas.
contribution in terms of human activity.
Nós, do setor saúde,
For
olhamos para
us,
essas
on the health
relações.
sector,
Então, em geral, a
look at
gente
these
trabalha com uma
relations. We
intersecção
work in
entre quais são
general with
essas
an
ameaças
intersection. Which
climáticas.
are these threats?
Deixa eu ver se eu consigo. Onde que é o prompt aqui? Peraí, acho que é aqui. Aqui. Então, considerando quais são
Considering
esses
which
riscos,
are
né?
these
Então, extremos
risks,
climáticos, o próprio
climate
calor, o
extremes,
excesso de calor, a poluição do ar,
heat
que
stress,
podem acontecer
contamination,
isoladamente
that
ou em
can happen
combinação, como a Renata mesmo
isolatedly or in combination,
destacou na
as
sua
we mentioned
apresentação.
before.
Estudamos essas
We study
ameaças com a
these
exposição. Então,
threats
onde
with the
esses eventos
exposition.
ocorrem,
So where
moram
these
pessoas.
events happen,
Essas pessoas
people
estão
live
expostas.
there.
Por isso
Are they exposed? That's why the cities are very important, because today we know that in terms of resilience, most part of the people live in cities. Besides that, we have an intersection of who are these people and their capacity of adapt or minimize. So we work with these three parts. Is the threat, where they live, who are these people, and which are their vulnerabilities. Even health sector that has a capacity to work, to act in face of these emergencies. So then we have a series of effects in health that can happen in isolation, or the same threat, the same population can have several effects on health. So in general, this is our complexity, remembering that the effects in health are complex because it's not only determined or influenced by climate, but we have other factors associated. In terms of sensibility, populations sees the climate change and the effects on health when the extremes happen. This is what happened. And we've seen and observed this image from 2023 showing the temperature was higher than was measured before, and the situation of Brazil during the spring. Coincidentally, the heat waves, if considering the seasonality, happens during the spring, because it's summer. Summer are hot, but springs are getting hotter and hotter. And we saw this last year in 2020, 2021 as well. We look at these events and we begin to question ourselves if it's going to be the new pattern. Manaus is a city that has more than 2 million people, and we begin to see that we have two effects here. This is the level of water of the river. So we have some episodes of scarcity of water. We have a perception of risk. Population is more impacted during the dry season because they know how to adapt in flooding. It happened with more frequency. Houses are ready, people are ready, but lack of water in this region is more impactful. Why? Because there people go, they travel through the rivers more than a capacity of have access, but also moving. Can you imagine these regions having a compromise in terms of transportation? This happened in 2023 in a very significant way in 2024. And coincidentally, at the same time, we saw an increase. We have some episodes of smoke in 2023 with a larger situation in Manaus City, having other capitals as Rio Branco and Porto Velho. This is a project of Professor Rodrigo de Manaus. It is an indication of this would be 2024, showing that the sensors, many of these locations had levels of contamination in this period above what it was recommended. And this is São Paulo. Before the events that happened in the biomass, São Paulo registering inappropriate levels. São Paulo has daily levels not very adequate for human health. But we saw several situations during a Sunday presenting very low quality. This was before Araraquara events. So this is just showing when we see the perspective of trajectory, exactly São Paulo and other regions are in this trajectory. So this is result of the situation room of the climate emergency we had, and we are able to see here with data because we have to see to look at estimated data levels of violation with parameters of the WHO. So you can see we have the path always very critical, independently of the season of fires or not. So we began to see when we are in an emergency, people want to know how many people are going to go to hospital, how many are going to die. And we know that exposition we have in real time, but the measurement of the impact we don't. We end up calculating the impact, how many people died, how many went to the hospital, and began to notice that we need to prepare these health services with information that are faster for people to get ready on the other end. If we have equipment, if we have professionals, if we have the law of the hospitals, and we started observing what we have as faster, which would be the attendance that is in the primary, that is more than 70% of population, not necessarily people in the amount of people, larger amount of people that are affected, and it's not going to evolve as lethal situations. And we have a pattern for this data. Don't have this, we have only the last 2 years, we have 23 and 24. We're able to see for the region North, Center, West, an increase in 2024 of these situations for respiratory disease, but we as well began to see that in trajectory of in this trajectory, we brought this because the southern region of the country showing orange is 2024 and blue is 2023. Why? Because this is a possibility of systematization and data in real time for health, at least. We only have every 2 years closed data. And the fiscalization, we have a delay of 3 months. So after the event happens, we have the measure. The sector is tired of always dealing with the passive of people that already died and go into the hospital. We have to be aware of how to create and deal with these emergencies. So this is what we've been doing. And this is a group that we have a lot of several researchers, at least one in every region of the country. And we saw for the relationship variables, temperature, some effects on heat stress. We combine these effects to study this relationship. And here we see as well local effects and risk communication. We're going to show which are those. Firstly, we study what are the profile of higher mortality. These are risk areas. So basically what they're showing, they will have an overlapping of effects. We have a population that dies more because of cardiovascular diseases and still overlapping the death for external causes. Then we study what it's okay with the effect. We study 16 criteria for all capitals, Amazonia, municipalities up larger than 100,000, reaching more elder and cardiovascular diseases and respiratory.
nesses grupos. Lembrando que
in
na
these
região
groups,
norte é muito
reminding you
difícil
that
de
in the
achar esse
northern
efeito,
region
mas a gente
it's very
conseguiu
difficult to
achar em
find this
idoso
effect,
tardio
but
pulmonar.
we found this in elder.
A gente projeta algumas dessas
We
exposições para o
project some of
futuro,
these
então isso aqui é
expositions for the
usando
future.
o
So this is
WBGT, que é um
using
indicador que combina
WBGT, which is an indicator
temperatura,
that
umidade, então
combine
ele dá uma
radiation,
perspectiva de
humidity,
efeito
and gives a
fisiopatológico, que é o quanto
perspective of
você recebe,
physiopathological.
ou seja, esse equilíbrio do quanto você
This
ganha,
is
quanto
what
você
you
perde
receive,
de calor, e em dado, quando você
and in
ganha mais do que
data,
perde, seu
when you
corpo entra
earn
no
more than
colapso
you
por
lose,
conta do estresse por
is
calor.
an
Algo muito semelhante ao
intercollapse
que
because
aconteceu com
of the
aquela
loss.
menina no
This
show
is
da Taylor
something that
Swift, né,
happened
que
with
essa é
the
uma
girl
condição
in
muito específica.
Taylor
Estresse
Swift show.
são
It
fisiopatológica
was
desse desequilíbrio entre o
physiopathological,
corpo
an
não
unbalance
conseguir
between
manter a
her body.
termorregulação e ele
One
colapsa.
would, it
E aí a gente
collapsed.
projeta isso para o futuro,
And we project this to the
no
future,
futuro, mostrando que
showing
essas áreas e dessas regiões em que o
these areas
estresse por
and
calor vai
regions
ser muito
where
superior.
the heat
E
stress
além
are going
disso,
to
a
be
gente
higher.
estima isso em termos
And
de fração
also, we
atribuível, ou seja,
estimate
o
this
quanto
in
dessas
terms
pessoas vão
of
morrer
fraction.
por
How many people are
determinada
going to
causa
die
dada aquela exposição. Então,
because of the
imagina que hoje
exposition?
morre 100,
So you can
hoje, assim, a
imagine that
cada 100 pessoas que morrem por doença
every
respiratória,
100 people
5
that
são por conta dessa condição.
die
No
for
futuro, em algumas
respiratory
capitais da região
diseases,
norte,
5
pode
are
chegar
for
a
this
mais de
reason. In
30%.
the
São Paulo,
northern
por
region
exemplo,
can get to
ela é baixa
30%. Sao Paulo is low,
a fração atribuível a essa
the
mortalidade. Só quando você
fraction for
aplica
this
numa
mortality.
população
But when
de
you apply
milhões,
to
você
a
acaba
million
excedendo
population,
em números
it
absolutos essa
exceeds
quantidade
the
de
absolute
morte.
numbers,
Mas
the amount of
veja bem,
death.
hoje o setor lida com 5%.
Today, the sector
No
deal with
futuro serão
5%. In the
40%, ou
future,
seja, a
going to
cada
be 40.
140 vão morrer por conta do calor.
So
Então, é mais ou
every
menos essa projeção. E aqui, por exemplo,
140
a
are
gente
going to
trouxe
die
região
because of heat.
sudeste e região sul,
This is
mostrando o
southeast
incremento.
and south showing the increase.
Bom, a gente estuda também essa relação. Então,
We
essa aqui é
studied the
a
relation as
concentração por
well.
doença cardiovascular e respiratória,
This is for
mostrando que nos
cardiovascular
últimos 2
diseases,
anos,
showing that the last
que
2 years,
2020 e 2021,
2021,
sobrepôs em termos de fração atribuível de
in
morte por
terms of
queimadas durante
fraction
episódios
for
críticos de
fires
condição.
during critical.
Também modelamos
We
algumas
also
doenças pro futuro,
modeled
algumas doenças
some
de
of these
importância que
diseases
têm
for the
transmissão
future and some
silvestre e
importances that we
urbana.
have.
Trouxe um exemplo de
Transmission
raiva
that
para
is,
vocês.
I brought
Então,
an example
a
of
gente tem,
rabies.
infelizmente, aumento de acordo com a projeção
Unfortunately, we
de
have an
casos de
increase here,
raiva, mas
projection
a
of
gente tem vacinação.
cases
Então,
of
mas
rabies, but we
a
have
questão mais
vaccines,
é
of course.
na
So
transmissão silvestre por conta
it is
dos
in the
morcegos.
forest
E por
transmission due
final,
to
mostrar para
bats.
vocês que a gente tem
And
atuado
we've been
muito na
working
questão
as well
de
in the
conceito
concept
de
of
serviços ecossistêmicos
ecosystemical
florestais, seja
services being
florestas,
forests
como floresta amazônica, como também em situações de florestas
and
urbanas,
situations of urban forests,
mostrando esse teste por calor,
showing this value if we
ou seja, a
substitute
vegetação da
Amazon,
Amazônia por um tipo de savana,
vegetation
e aí a
of
gente
Amazon
mostra que
for some savanna.
existe limite, e
And
esse
we see that we
limite,
have a
ele
limit,
de sobrevivência, né? Ou seja,
and
as
is a
pessoas não vão conseguir
survival limit.
caminhar por mais
People won't be
de
able
2,
to
3, 4 horas
walk
sob essa condição.
more than 3-4
Nesse
hours
futuro,
under
que é
this
de
condition in
34,
the
tá?
future, which is
Para esse
34,
indicador combinado. E aí
for
a gente
these two
mostra que se
combined.
você desmatar e se você
And we
tirar a
see
floresta,
that
você
if we take
isso
the forest
significa que
out,
essa população,
what
essa
does that mean?
região,
That the
no
population,
futuro vai
the
passar
region, is
mais de
going to go
50%
more than
do ano, pelo
50%
menos exposta a
of the
horário
year
nesse
exposed
limite.
to a
E aí você
timing
reduz
and within
capacidade de
this
fazer
limit, and
exercício,
we reduce
capacidade
capacity
de
of doing
laboral,
exercise,
capacidade de fazer trabalho.
of
Então,
work.
só para vocês terem um anexo, a gente mudou
So for you to
a data,
see,
né, a data
we
de
changed the
Copa do
date,
Mundo nos Estados Árabes. Ninguém correr, a performance não é igual.
for
Na
the
Copa do
World
Mundo
Cup.
2014, a
In
gente já teve
the World
2
Cup in
jogos sem
2014, we
interrompido,
had
porque você teve esse
2
limiar de
games
32 sendo ultrapassado, e aí você não consegue ter a mesma
games
capacidade, a mesma
cancelled because
performance.
of
E aí, o que
the
é
because
interessante
of
em
the
termos
heat.
de
And what
cidade,
is
essa
interesting
condição
in
vai
terms of
atingir
city, this
particularmente
condition is
municípios
going to
pequenos com
get
baixa
small
capacidade
municipalities with
de
low capacity
adaptação,
of
seja ele
adaptation,
de infraestrutura, seja ele de
being
capacidade de adaptação em termos de
structure or
serviços. E qual é a
adaptation in
nossa
terms of
preocupação?
services.
Migração.
And what is
Porque as
our
pessoas podem
concern?
migrar de
Migration,
locais para
because
locais em
people
que essa
can go
capacidade
from
seja
one to another
menor
region where the capacity is better, and it's going to happen to cities that have this populational contingent that is superior. Lastly, show our initiatives in terms of risk communication. We are working on a page that's going to show the disposition to heat exposure and estimate in short term the increase of mortality and hospitalization in terms of days. For the next few weeks, what do we expect? Increase in hospitalization and exposure to heat. For this, we have to combine interdisciplinary situation because we need the environment, the researchers, the specialists that deal with this purview, and us on the health area to estimate this on the short term. So that was all. I would like to thank again. Thank you.
Bem, vamos passar então para a última apresentação do dia da
Let's go to the last
Camila.
presentation
Ela
of this
é
morning.
bióloga da
Camila,
Universidade Federal do
she's
Pará,
biologist
com
for the
mestrado e
University of
doutorado
Paraná,
pela USP,
master's and doctorate by
pós-doutorado
USP,
em
postdoc
epidemiologia também na
in
USP,
epidemiology, USP.
foi pesquisadora
She
visitante
is
em
researcher
Harvard e no
in
Museu de
Harvard
História Natural de
and the
Londres. Trabalha com
Museum of Natural
estudos
History of
epidemiológicos
London.
e
She
evolucionários,
works
com ênfase
with
em malária e
epidemiology
arbovirus,
of
e atualmente
focusing in
trabalha
malaria
como
and
analista
presently
de
works
dados no Departamento de
as
Saúde
data
de São
analyst
Paulo e
in
também
this health
faz
department of Sao Paulo and studying a
no
postdoc
Instituto de Estudos Avançados da USP.
in the Institute of Advanced Studies of USP.
Bom dia a todos e todas.
Good morning.
Aqui. Agradecer o convite, a
Thank
oportunidade
you
de
for
falar
the
pouco do nosso
invitation and the
trabalho.
opportunity to talk about our work.
Pós-doutorado no Estudos Avançados, agora eu faço
And I have a
de pública da
postdoctorate.
USP,
I work
com o
in
professor
USP
Tiago, né, que é meu
with Professor
supervisor.
Tiago
E para fechar com chave de ouro nessa
to
parte de
close
doenças e calor
this
e,
with
enfim,
diseases
vamos começar com a
and
dengue,
heat.
né, nosso velho
Let's
amigo
close
Aedes,
with
que está muito feliz com
dengue,
todas essas
which
mudanças
is
climáticas,
who is very
esse
happy
aumento
with
da
all this climate
temperatura.
change and this increase in
E eu vou
temperature.
mostrar para vocês pouquinho dos
So I'm going to
resultados que a
show
gente
the
tem tido com
results
essa
that we have had
pesquisa.
with this research.
Então, né, não vou me prolongar muito nisso. Todo mundo já mostrou, né, ontem,
We
hoje,
all
como que tem
showed
aumentado a temperatura
how
do
the
planeta
increasing
todo, mas
temperature of the
eu
whole
trago
planet, but I
esse
show the
gráfico
data
para mostrar
from
especificamente do
Brazil
Brasil.
specifically.
Então, além das ondas de calor,
So
a gente
beyond
tem
the
aumento na
heating
temperatura média
areas, we have an increase of the average
nosso país.
temperature of
Então,
a
você vê que vai
country.
descendo a temperatura,
So you see that it's
e os
getting
estados
lower and the states
ficando cada vez mais quentes, com
are
o passar
getting
dos
hotter
anos.
and
E o
hotter,
norte, a temperatura
and
maior, que era
north,
restrita
the
aqui nessa região,
higher
tá
temperature that
descendo
was
toda aqui pro
restricted
centro-oeste.
is getting
Então, isso falando de
down
temperatura
to
média
center
do nosso país,
west.
que
This
tá
is
ficando mais
average.
quente.
Our country is getting hotter.
E como, né, a Renata falou, bem
And
feliz,
as we mentioned before,
tem essa mudança climática, esse aumento
this
na
climate
temperatura,
change, this
tanto de
increase in
eventos extremos,
temperature
quanto ondas
for
de calor,
extreme
quanto na
events
temperatura
and
média, ela
waves
gera esse
with
estresse
the
térmico.
average
E
temperature
eventos, né, como
generate heat
inundações,
stress
seca,
and
isso vai impactar
floodings,
diretamente o comportamento tanto dos vírus quanto
scarcity,
dos
and it's
vetores,
going to
tanto do
change
mosquito quanto do hospedeiro
the
animal. Então, isso
behavior
tem
of
impacto
viruses and
direto
vectors.
na
Then
distribuição
has an
desses vírus e
impact of
vetores,
distribution of these
quanto
viruses
no
and
seu ciclo de
vectors
vida propriamente
and
dito.
in their
Então,
life cycle
vai
as
haver
well.
uma mudança
We're going to
na
have a
distribuição
change
dessas doenças
in the
infecciosas, né, nos
distribution of
próximos
these
anos. A
infectious
gente já tem
diseases
visto isso, na
in the next
verdade.
few years. We've seen this already.
Por exemplo, aqui a gente faz uma modelagem
Here We have a modeling. This was done in 2017, showing 4 diseases. Here we're talking about arbo specifically. So this is through mosquitoes. Here we saw that we have the larger epidemic that we had, and it was a virus that was naturally in the northern region, and we had some isolated cases, but this year we saw that these cases increased in the whole country, even having sure that were from not imported but are transmitted in the regions Santa Catarina, Southeast Bahia. It is a disease that was spreading through the whole country, and the studies show that it's related to soil types and the climate change because of the increase of the temperature, and they're comfortable for the vector to circulate. We see that in a future scenario, close and medium, we're going to change the distribution of these diseases. We have Maiaro, which is another disease, another virus that is transmitted by Aedes, encephalitis as well, that is seen more in the global north. And we have in some cases here in the distribution can change in the future. Rocio virus is an arbo that was here during the 70s. It's a lethal disease transmitted by mosquitoes. It lasted a couple of months and then disappeared. We have some serological results showing that some equine and they have the virus is circulating in some rural areas with the change of climate. Talking specifically on infectious diseases, the reservoirs, the bacteria, viruses can be impacted and influenced by the climate because the temperature and the rainfall has a key role both in vectors and mosquitoes. Here is an example of the amount of municipalities that are affected by Aedes in Rio Grande do Sul, because Rio Grande do Sul, they didn't have any infection and dengue for being in the south, but that the temperatures were low. It was a municipality that we didn't have big epidemics. But look at this graph. But it's recent, since 2000 that we've been seeing here. Only 14 municipalities of Rio Grande do Sul had register of Aedes aegypti. Now in 22, we have 131, we have a register of the mosquito. So besides expanding its distribution area, it has a capability that is adaptive, capacity that is very large, and it's super adapted to the urban area. It evolved with the humans. So it's a very adapted mosquito, and it's going to increase its range that was restricted only for tropical areas. It is expanding its distribution. So presently, even in Europe, we have Aedes aegypti. The main vector there is it's other mosquito, but Egypt is getting there. It's possible to increase a lot in this region. And other vectors, and we have maculose fever. In case of leptospirose, extremes that we have a line that we're investigating, these floodings, extreme floodings, what can generate in leptospirosis can have an increase, and this is driven by the climate change. So talking about Egypt, that it means the hated from Egypt. This is the name, the original name. It's imported. It comes from Africa, and it found amazing conditions here and he's been here for a long time. In the 60s, we're able to eliminate Aedes aegypti from the country. It was eliminated during the 60s, but it came back stronger. And today we're not talking about eradication because there's no way of doing that to eliminate. We need vaccines and conditions to eliminate the critters to control the contact with humans, but eradicate, it's impossible at this point. So it's a huge anthropophilic. It prefers human blood that is different from other mosquitoes that we have. They can go to birds or mammals, but the Egypt evolved with us and he wants us. It favors from this phenomenon of heat islands because the temperature is higher and influences its life cycle. Only here in Brazil, we have 6 million cases. It was the largest in history with an increase of 71% of deaths. It's a very severe problem compared to last year. And of course, we talk about the climate factors, but not only the serotype in each region that has influence in the epidemics. We have four serotypes of dengue, depending which is more circulant. We're going to have a lot of epidemics in this region. And as I said, in the life cycle of the mosquito, that average from the egg to develop, it takes 7 to 10 days. So I have hotter areas or days that is going to influence. It can be latent for up to 1 year until there is a humidity to cultivate. So that's why it's very difficult to eliminate the crater because they can be there latent for a long time. And these are work that is related to the heat areas. As Beatriz mentioned, our organism up to 32 degrees, we don't have performance. Is beyond 32 degrees, it doesn't like it as well. So these viruses, these heat waves, very extreme, are not favorable for the development or the virus. So the mosquito prefers between 18 and 32 degrees, which is an average temperature, both for the mosquito and the virus to develop within. That goes from the intestines to the saliva to take it forward. And they need a temperature, an ideal temperature and conditions to get this. So we assessed Sao Paulo and Natal, that are cities that are very different in sense of socioeconomical and weather. So the average in Sao Paulo is 20 degrees, in Natal is 26, the average. The summer is hotter and humid, and the winter is rainy. In Sao Paulo is the other way around. So it's going to impact specifically the dynamic of the mosquitoes and dengue. Our data, we can see thermal amplitude in Sao Paulo. See how much amplitude I had in this period that I analyzed within the last 15 years, in the last 10 years, I'm sorry. And Natal has a temperature that is more stable. The amplitude, it has an amplitude, but it's not as much as in Sao Paulo. And heat waves, we found more in Sao Paulo than in Natal. Natal is hot the whole year. So in Sao Paulo, we found more phenomena on extremes. Here we can separate by age. In Sao Paulo is larger a lot more.
absurdamente maior a incidência de dengue em Natal
The
do que em
incidence
São
in
Paulo.
dengue in
Então, ela é
São
bem
Paulo
pequena.
than
Apesar de
in
que em São Paulo
Natal than
a
in
gente
São
tem, né,
Paulo.
a
São Paulo is
população é
very
maior,
low.
então vai ter muito mais
Yeah, of
em
course,
números
we have
absolutos,
a
vai ter muito
higher
mais
amount of
casos, mas quando
people,
eu olho a taxa
and
de
we're going to have,
incidência,
but
eu
the
vejo que em
rate,
Natal é bem
incidence
maior.
rate, Natal is larger.
Aqui, a sazonalidade, então, durante o ano, né, os
Seasonality, so
períodos que eu
during the
tenho
years,
mais
the periods
dengue
that I
aqui em São
have more
Paulo são
dengue
os
here in São
primeiros
Paulo
meses do ano,
are the first
estão
months of
relacionados
the
à
year,
estação chuvosa, que
are
é essa aqui no
related to the
quadradinho
rainy
azul,
season,
e aqui em Natal, a estação chuvosa
and in
é
Natal,
nessa
the
estação aqui, que é no
rainy
inverno, né? Então, tá
season is
associado
here
também
in
não
the
só à
winter.
temperatura,
It's
mas
related
lá,
not
como é
only to
quente o ano
temperature,
todo, tá
but
muito mais
because it's hot
associado
the whole
à
year, it's
precipitação,
related
à
to
chuva, que
rain,
vai ter os criadouros, né? E o mosquito vai ter
because
mais
they're going to
população de
have
mosquito.
the
E esse é o grande achado do
proliferation.
nosso trabalho, então a gente
This
vê
is the
que
big finding
quando
of
você
our
tem uma
work,
temperatura máxima
and we
muito
see that when you
extrema,
have a top temperature that is very extreme,
aqui, temperatura máxima extrema, eu não vou ter eu vou ter um
I
decaimento na
won't
dengue.
have,
Ao passo que
we
quando
have,
eu
I
tiver
have
uma
a decrease in
temperatura
dengue, and
mais,
if I
mais
have
mild, mais
uh,
como acontece para Natal, né?
average
Não tem tantos
temperature as we
extremos assim na
happen
temperatura,
in
mas
Natal,
tem
that
uma
you don't have
temperatura média
extremes, but have an
menor,
average that
então
is
eu vou
lower,
ter um aumento no
I will
risco
have an
de dengue, um
increase
aumento
in
de
the
infecções
risk
de dengue.
of dengue
E temperatura
infection.
mínima, a mesma coisa.
In
Uma
minimum
temperatura mínima muito
temperature,
baixa,
we're
eu vou
going
ter
to have
a
very
diminuição
low,
na dengue,
we're
e uma
going to have the
temperatura mínima mais
diminishing
alta,
and
exatamente
a
como
higher
Natal,
temperature,
eu vou ter um aumento nas
we're going
infecções.
to have an
Chuva, a
increase in
mesma coisa.
infections.
Quando eu tenho
Rain, the
mais chuva, eu
same.
tenho mais dengue. Só
When
que
I
aqui
have
a gente
rain, I
não
have
viu, porque quando
more
tem
dengue.
muita
And
chuva,
here we
o
didn't see
torrencial
because
pode
when the
transbordar os
rain is
criadouros. Então, isso também pode
very
diminuir a dengue.
large,
Tem
the
que ter
amount
uma
of rain
chuva,
is
mas
very
não
big,
ao ponto de transbordar os
uh,
criadouros para as larvas
it
morrerem. Então, isso também é
overcome
uma
the
questão.
nursery,
E uma coisa
so
interessante que a
they
gente
can
viu,
die.
aqui a
Something
gente
interesting we
analisou
saw,
o
here we
município de São Paulo.
analyzed the municipality of São Paulo,
Na verdade, o termo ondas de calor não está tão correto,
and the
porque
heat
ondas de
waves is
calor
not
seriam
as
3 ou até
correct
5 dias
because could
com
be 3
temperaturas
to
acima
5
da média.
days
Aqui a
with
gente vê um
temperatures,
dia com
and
temperatura
here we
acima da
have one
média
day
durante a semana. E a
during
gente
the
vê
week.
que o risco de dengue
And here the
diminui
risk of dengue
conforme esses dias
diminishes
com ondas de
as
calor
this
aumentam.
day with
Então, nem
heat
o mosquito
waves
curte muito
uh,
ondas de calor
leave.
nesse caso. Lembrando
So
que ele é extremamente
none,
adaptável e
there's
tem uma
no mosquito
capacidade
that likes
adaptativa bem
this. We
grande.
have
Então, no
adaptability.
futuro, não sabemos.
So
Pode
in
ser
the
que ele se
future, we
adapte
don't know. Maybe it will
e esse cenário
adapt
mude, mas por
and this scenario
enquanto,
can change.
aqui em São
But
Paulo,
so
quanto
far,
mais eu
here in São Paulo,
tenho para transmissão de dengue.
for dengue transmission.
Então, né, como eu falei, isso é super importante.
As I
Quando
said,
eu
this
vou
is very
analisar
important when I'm going
essas
to
duas cidades,
analyze
tem padrões
these two
distintos,
cities. We
né,
have different
de infecção
standards
de dengue.
on
Então, quando eu vou
infection.
formular uma política
And when I'm
pública, ou
going
quando
to
eu vou conversar
formulate
com
a
algum
public
gestor,
policy, we are going to talk to a manager.
as de cada localidade, para eu fazer
It
algo
depends on every local
personalizado. Que a
for
dengue
us
se
to
comporta
do something
diferente
that
em
is
Natal e em São Paulo,
personalized
em várias
because
outras regiões.
dengue
Então,
behaves
a gente tem que
differently in the
personalizar
regions,
essas medidas,
and we have
essas
to
políticas
personalize
públicas para tentar
these
diminuir essas
measures
infecções.
and to
A
diminish the
temperatura e a
infections. The
precipitação são
temperature
fatores
and
chaves, né,
rainfall
no ciclo de vida
are
do
key
mosquito e
factors in
no
the life
espalhamento
cycle
de
of
dengue.
the mosquito.
Vários estudos já viram isso, né,
Several
no
studies
Vietnã, na
show
Flórida,
this in
então tem
Vietnam,
padrão bem
Florida,
parecido com aqui.
and it's similar to
E,
here.
como, né, já falaram nas outras
And
apresentações,
as
a gente
it
tem que se
was
adaptar e
mentioned
mitigar
in
esses
other
impactos. E
presentations, we have to
políticas
adapt and
públicas,
mitigate, and
tecnologia,
public
o que
policies,
tiver
technology,
para
whatever we
ajudar,
have
né, e
available
mudanças até
to
no nosso
help and
comportamento,
changes in our
vai ser
behavior.
crucial para
It's
lidar com essa
crucial
crise.
to deal with
Além
this
de tantas,
crisis.
né, crises que a gente tem visto, ondas de calor,
And
extremos climáticos, expulsoma, né?
when we have
Também
all
tem essa
these
parte das doenças
situations
infecciosas
that
e
we have
dengue é uma
infectious
delas que
diseases,
provavelmente nos
and
próximos
dengue is
anos vai
one
aumentar
of
bem,
the
vai aumentar
ones that are
bastante.
going to increase a lot.
Então, é isso, pessoal. Obrigada.
So that was all. Thank you.
Bem, vamos passar então para o debate ou chamo os
So
palestrantes para compor a mesa
let's
e a
go
Adriana que
to
vai
the
estar aí fazendo a
discussions.
moderação desse debate.
Bom dia a todos.
Morning.
Parabéns pelas excelentes palestras, né?
Congratulations for the
Foram, assim,
presentations.
bem,
They were
interessantes e importantes.
interesting,
A gente
important.
viu nos outros dias como os
We
impactos
saw the other
das
days how the
mudanças
impact
climáticas afetam
of
diferentes
the climate
áreas,
change
e
affect
hoje a
different
gente viu na
areas, and
saúde.
now we saw
E
on
dá para
health.
ter uma ideia de que
And we can have an
realmente
idea
afeta
on that
diferentes
really
áreas dentro da
affect
saúde,
different
desde
areas
áreas que a
within
gente nem
health,
pensaria muito,
even
até
areas
áreas
that we
que mais ou menos seriam
wouldn't
óbvias.
be aware of.
Eu acho que o grande desafio
I
na
believe
parte
that
de
the big
saúde,
challenge
e
in
acho
terms
que a
of health,
Beatriz aí pode
and
confirmar
Beatrice
depois, fazer uma
can
fala sobre isso,
confirm,
é a adaptação do
is
sistema de saúde
adaptation of
para
the
atender
health system
esse
to
tipo de situação.
take care
O
of this
sistema de saúde
type
não
of
está preparado,
solution of
atualmente
this
não consegue
situation
nem
because we're not
identificar
ready.
quando uma
We
pessoa está
cannot
ali com
even
problema
identify when
devido a uma
people
onda de calor
have
ou
a problem
outro.
with due
Então,
to
isso
a
é
heat
um
wave,
grande desafio
and this is
que a
a
academia
huge
deve estar muito
challenge, and the
perto, né,
academia
desses
needs to
gestores
be
públicos
close to
para
these
poder ajudar com as suas pesquisas.
public sector managers to
Não vou
help.
conversar mais porque a gente tem poucos minutos, então vou
We
abrir
have
mais
very
para
few
as
minutes, so
questões.
I'm going to open
E
for
para
questions.
piorar, né, o cenário que vocês falaram não é nada bom, né? Então vai ser ainda mais difícil essa
So
adaptação.
it's going to be more
Então,
difficult to adapt.
perguntas?
Questions?
Pega o microfone. Aqui, pega aqui, ó. Então, Nico.
Obrigado, pessoal. Nico Caltabiano, Organização
Thank
Meteorológica Mundial.
you.
Parabéns pelos trabalhos.
Congratulations. It's amazing to
quantidade
see
de
the amount
informação que vocês estão
of information
produzindo,
you're
e, em alguns
producing,
casos, até
and in some
operacionalmente,
cases,
para
operationally to make all this
duas
information
perguntas
available. I have two
bem
questions and a comment.
A Organização Mundial
The
Meteorológica e a Organização Mundial da Saúde têm
the
escritório
World
conjunto
Meteorological
de clima e saúde. Eu não sei se as atividades de
Association,
vocês
we
estão
have a
já
joint
ligadas
office.
às
I don't know if your
atividades desse
activities are
escritório.
related
Se
to
não,
the
acho que seria
WHO
importante
or our
fazer a
offices.
intermediação,
I
caso
can
não
do
estejam
the connection in case you're not
conectados.
linked.
O foco desse escritório tem sido
The
principalmente
focus
em
of
estresse
this
térmico,
office
mas nada que
has
vetores
been
não
on stress,
estejam ligados também.
thermal
Então, acho que seria
heat
muito importante
stress,
colocar,
but
caso
we
vocês não
might
estejam ligados
connect
ainda, de
if you're not
colocar esse pontinho
connected
no
to
mapa
connect
lá.
this
Outra
related to the
pergunta
vectors.
seria
The other
mais
question would be
técnica.
related,
Vocês muitos
more
falaram
technical.
da parte de
Many of you talked
projeções
about
climáticas, que é muito importante para a
climate
adaptação
projection that is very
em todo
important
esse
for the
contexto de
adaptation
saúde.
of all these contexts on health.
Porém, o sistema de saúde
However, the health
não
system
importa daqui a 100 anos. As pessoas
doesn't
vão
matter
morrer daqui a
in
2 semanas, vão
100
mandar
years. People are
em termos de
dying in 2
e
weeks.
também para a parte mais operacional.
And
Vocês
on the
têm
operational side,
alertas de saúde
do you have
não
health
para amanhã,
alerts, not for
mas para
tomorrow,
planejamento do sistema
but
de
for
saúde
planning
e
of the health system
previsão subsazonal? A
in
Organização Mundial Meteorológica, nós
sub-sessional
temos dados
areas? Because in the
disponíveis com
meteorological
delay de 48
office, we
horas,
have a delay of
seria muito
48
importante,
hours
de
that
repente, ir
operationally would
construir
be very
sistema
important
de
to
alerta
build
nessa
an
escala
alert
de tempo,
system in
2
this scale,
semanas a 1 mês,
to
e
1 month,
talvez ajude o sistema de saúde a se planejar.
and might help the
E o
health
meu
system if
comentário
we
seria
plan.
mais para
And my
os
comment
senhores.
would be
Nós discutimos por 3
more
dias
for
a
you. We
relação
discussed for
água,
3
clima,
days relation
infraestrutura, planejamento
water,
urbano.
climate, infrastructure,
Os
and urban planning.
planejadores urbanos e arquitetos
The
estão na
urban
sala do lado.
planning and architects are on the other room.
E parte de infraestrutura e
And
planejamento
part of
urbano. Pra
infrastructure and planning
parte térmica, é
for
importantíssimo,
thermal area is
mas
very
não
important.
existe essa discussão
But we don't
integrada.
have this
Acho que vai ser
discussion
muito
that is
importante
integrated.
trazer
It is
essas
very
duas
important to bring
comunidades.
these two
Água é um
communities.
problema? É um problema.
Água,
Estresse térmico
water is a
mata mais do
problem.
que enchente.
Heat stress
Então, a gente
kills
tem
more
que,
than
pro clima pós,
floodings.
vai ser importante
So for
ter essa
climate
noção.
policy, it's
Não
important
estou
to
dizendo que não
have this
existe
notion.
essa
I don't
preocupação,
say that we don't have
mas
this
hoje foi essa
concern,
característica. Estamos discutindo
but
os
today was
problemas,
these
a ligação entre
characteristics.
clima e
We
saúde,
listening
mas
to
o
climate and
meteorológico
health,
está na sala do lado.
but
Então, acho que
people
seria
from
importante
urban
essa discussão.
planning are in
Parabéns
the
mais
other
uma vez,
room.
muito obrigado.
Thank you once again.
Mais alguma pergunta, comentário?
Bom dia.
Morning.
Obrigada pelas excelentes palestras.
Thank you
Eu
for
tinha
your
uma pergunta para a
presentations.
Renata.
I have a question for
Sobre
Renata
estresse térmico. Você
on
demonstrou a
heat stress. You
heterogeneidade dentro do
showed
país
the heterogeneity
resposta térmica, mas isso
within
também,
the
na verdade, dentro
country.
das cidades. Temos
And
regiões
we have
que
to see
sofrem muito
this
mais, têm uma
with the
resposta diferente.
cities. We have different
Eu
responses.
gostaria de saber
I would
se
like to
você
know
se existe
if
algum
you
diálogo para
have
trasladar o que
any
você está
talks to
aprendendo e monitorando
pass
em
what you've
dados
been
para
learning and
reações
monitoring
do
with
poder
data to
público em
reactions of public
intervenções na
sector
cidade.
interventions on the city.
O que estão dialogando de
What you've been
adaptação das
talking about
cidades,
on regards of
principalmente para
adaptation,
as regiões mais
mostly for
vulnerabilizadas?
more vulnerable regions.
Mais alguma pergunta para a gente passar para a mesa? Não? Então, Renata pode responder.
So let's get to the answers.
Obrigada pela pergunta,
Thank you
excelente.
for your question. Excellent.
Essa atuação da academia em transformar esse
This
conhecimento
work of the
planejamento,
academia to transform
protocolos,
this
né,
in
que atua
planning and
junto com
protocols
as
that
políticas
work together with
públicas.
public
Eu
policies.
acho que tem crescido muito no Brasil
It
nos últimos
increased
anos. A
in
academia
Brazil in
se
the last few
aproximando
years,
cada vez mais
the
desses
academia getting
problemas,
closer to these problems
para tentar solucionar de alguma
to try
forma,
to
trazendo
solve
inovação e
somehow, bringing
desenvolvimento,
innovation and development,
saindo dos muros da universidade,
getting out
vários problemas
of the
foi
university
mostrado
for
aqui
the
por várias pesquisas,
problems that
especificamente dessa
showed
parte do
here,
estresse térmico, né?
specifically
Como eu
on
falei, é muito
uh,
recente ainda no
heat
Brasil
stress. It's
essa
very recent in
preocupação.
Brazil, this concern,
Talvez nos
but
últimos
maybe within the
2 ou
last
3 anos
2 or 3 years,
começaram a ter
we
editais
began to
específicos, por
have
exemplo, do próprio Ministério
documents
da Saúde
specific
com essa
for the
temática.
Ministry of Health.
Atualmente nós temos lá no laboratório
And
2
in the
projetos
lab, we
financiados
have
pelo
2
Ministério da
projects that
Saúde,
are financed by the Ministry of
olhando para a
Health.
parte do estresse
One
térmico
looking for the
com impacto na saúde
heat
de uma forma
stress with
geral,
impact on
e o
health
outro
in
também
general,
com
and
a
the
parte do estresse
other
térmico mais
with
olhando
the
para
heat
grupo
stress
vulnerável
looking
ou para
for a
assunto
vulnerable group
mais geral, que
on
seria a
something
saúde
that is more general
perinatal. Eu
that
não
is
mostrei aqui,
perinatal,
mas é outro
and
uma outra
it's
lacuna que a gente tem no nosso
another
serviço de saúde, que é
situation that we have in our
entender
service that
como
is
esse estresse
understanding
térmico, tanto
how
de uma
this
forma
stress
pontual como
in a
acumulada,
specific
impacta na
way
saúde perinatal.
impacts the health.
Estudos preliminares já indicam
Studies
por exemplo, de partos
show
prematuros durante após eventos de ondas de
in
calor. Isso já é
some
conhecido
other
de
waves,
forma global, e aqui no Brasil a gente ainda está
and here in Brazil
engateando para
we
esse
have
conhecimento para subsidiar
this and
indicadores para
walking
essa
towards
tomada
this
de
situation and
decisão
having
ao nível
indicators for this
da saúde.
decision
Então, acho que a gente
making
ainda tem
in
caminho
health
muito
level.
grande
So we have a huge
a
path
percorrer.
to follow,
E a academia tem papel muito importante de
and academia
trazer
has a huge
essas
role
evidências,
to
esses
bring
fatos para
this
subsidiar
evidence and
realmente essa
facts
tomada de decisão e a geração de
to take
protocolos
this
que possam
generation.
atender ao serviço de saúde.
Obrigada, Renata. Então, Beatriz, 2 minutinhos, tá? Cada para a gente
Beatriz,
finalizar.
2 minutes for us to end.
Bom, tá, tudo bem. Então, respondendo ao professor, não, eu
So
particularmente
answering
não
Professor,
tenho
no, I don't have the
mas
relationship,
gostaria de
but I would like to
então, obrigada
in the
pela
future.
sugestão. A gente
Thank you for the
vai
suggestion.
adorar se você
We
conseguir
would
fazer essa
love
colaboração com a
if
gente.
you can help
Sobre
us.
o sistema de saúde, eu vou falar
On
sobre duas
regards of
perspectivas.
health
Uma
system,
sobre
I'm going to
pesquisador e a
see
outra sobre uma
two
pessoa que agora é
perspectives.
consultora do
One
Ministério da
person that
Saúde
is
na
consultant
área
on
de
the Ministry
vigilância
of Health
ambiental. Então,
in
como
the area of
pesquisador, a gente
vigilance.
tem
As a
tentado fazer
researcher,
essas
we've been
relações e
trying
essa
to do these
prospecção. Como eu
relations
mostrei
and
no meu último
prospection
slide, a gente está
because,
trabalhando
as I
justamente
showed
para
in the
curto
last
prazo,
slide,
dado
we've
que
been
você
working
tem um
short
aumento de
term because you
temperatura,
have an
quanto
increase
você
of
espera de aumento de
temperature
mortalidade,
and
aumento de internação. Por quê?
how much
Porque
do
isso
you
é uma
expect from
demanda do
this?
setor.
Because it's a demand
Não
of the
a
sector.
preparação para a
The
emergência, a
preparation for
demanda. Quanto é que vai
emergency and
aumentar
demand.
de morte?
How
Quanto
much
que
is
vai
going to
aumentar? Então, a gente tem
increase in
trabalhado
deaths?
com
And
isso
we've been
em termos
working
de
with this
pesquisa.
in terms of research.
Como consultora, eu vou dizer,
As a
a
consultant, I
minha
can say
percepção é
my perception
descolamento
is
nosso, quanto
a
pesquisadores, da realidade
separation for
local do
us as a
serviço de saúde.
researchers
É descolamento.
of the law.
Parece
It's
que são
like
dois
an
grupos que não
untouching.
falam a mesma língua.
It
E aí eu
seems
tô
like
falando
it's two
isso sob a
groups that don't
perspectiva
speak the
porque eu
same
aprendi isso muito.
language.
E
And
aí,
I'm
numa
seeing
sala
this
de
on the
emergência,
perspective
ouvindo
because in an
uma
emergency room,
servidora, uma pessoa profissional de saúde dizer, eu
hearing
faço o quê?
a
Eu fecho ou não
professional,
fecho escola?
health professional saying,
Você tá
do I
entendendo?
close
Então,
or
assim,
not the
eu
school?
fecho ou não fecho escola?
So do I or
Eu
not?
mando o cara trabalhar ou
Do I
não?
send the person
Entende?
to
E aí
work or
você
not?
fala assim,
And then we say everything in health is capitalized, everything is city, everything is done by the city legislation. How do we do this in an organic way? So this is reality that we have. As researchers, we work trying to see this and prepare for these contingency plans and give subsidies and tools for the, but what I think is a disconnection, talking, working as this in terms of the emergency that we have. And we had several in Rio Grande do Sul, dengue spreading, and Europush with relation with mortality, fetal, very similar to Zika. This is something we didn't have before. We had Amazon, it's burning since May. What do we have? What did you try to do? We wanted to work with the exposition that we have in terms of provision. We had these maps. We needed to, it was the, what we still need to work with the thing of the service, and in primary way, we, in terms of, is what we have, and we need that. It's one after the other, and we still have, because it's a lady that only understands Excel, and we have things, particularities that today we are the research, and if I wanted to have a life lesson, and I would like to end saying that I have a perception of heat, and actually is done for the radiation. They burn in their feet because they walk barefoot. People are because they have to wear shoes. It's like we were walking in a territory that hot territory, and this is exactly that. It's what is impacted. It's to change the service. So I take a child and someone lives there, they're more exposed than within school. And I say, no, we cannot send them to work, but sometimes they live in a region, but unfortunately, there's no conditions, and that we can have the strategies to get close to the health service. So the execution in terms of solutions is municipality.
Eu vou ao encontro desses comentários, realmente. O que o Nico falou é fundamental.
I see this, what Nico said is fundamental, very interesting for you to say, have this perception that we're discussing a problem that will affect those in the other room, and we're here. We're talking about interdisciplinarity and studies, but interdisciplinarity is something that we are still crawling. And as you said, the need for us to take good information, because we have a big concern on making information available, but we call attention everything. And big, large companies
buscando coisas que a gente sabe que nós somos da área de meteorologia, empresas que são
we are from
conceituadas.
meteorology, companies that are very well concepted.
180 dias, em que a gente sabe, a chuva, dia 28 de fevereiro de 2025, chover tantos milímetros numa. Isso publicado, publicados nos LinkedIns da vida.
It's published in LinkedIn. We had the rains, so we need, with this type of events, even if it's in fact very interdisciplinary, because as we said here in our area of irradiation, you see, in terms of change, the way school is built to protect children from sun
São
exposure.
exemplos aqui que
These
isso
are
foi feito, né?
examples
E acho que
that this was done
não tem a
in
grande
places
heterogeneidade que a gente tem aqui,
that
de
didn't have the
social,
large
econômica,
heterogeneity that
etc.
we have
Mas se
social,
a gente
economical.
usar como exemplo, eu acho
But
que, por
we
exemplo, eu
can use it an
desconhecia
example. I didn't know, for example,
esse link da OMM com a OMS
the
como um
connection
escritório
with
específico. Para
OMM
mim é
and
super interessante,
OMS.
certamente a gente vai
This
bater
is
papo
very
aqui depois
important, and we can talk about
palestra.
it later.
Eu acho que a gente não tem aqui
But
soluções, né,
we don't
imediatas. A
have
gente tem
immediate
aqui, eu
solutions.
acho
We
que
have here
resultados que a gente precisa
results
amadurecer essas
that we need
ideias,
to
trazer
mature these
esses
ideas,
colegas de outras áreas
bring these colleagues from other areas,
muito. É grave problema que nós, mas
and
problema
talk is
bom,
a
né,
huge
pra gente
problem.
que gosta de trabalhar.
Eu também concordo, eu vindo, né, da
I
parte
also agree,
acadêmica, eu
coming
vejo,
from the
por exemplo, a
academia,
USP
I
ou
see that USP
universidades, né, que fazem
or
pesquisa,
universities that
são grandes
work on
celeiros
research
de
are
informação.
large
Então, tem
places for
muita coisa
information.
boa,
We
tem
have a lot
muita
of
tese,
incredible things. We have
muita
thesis,
artigo
we
discutido,
have
mas que fica
articles
ali entre a
discussing,
gente.
but it's
Então, isso
there
não consegue
with
passar.
us,
Tem o que a Beatriz
and it's
falou
not
do
able to go
descolamento.
forward.
A gente
As we said, the
sabe tudo,
touching of
previsões, e faz
knowing
modelos e
everything,
vê isso,
we have
mas isso não chega onde tem que
modeling,
chegar. Muitas
but it
vezes
doesn't
isso
get
fica
where it
ali
needs
e
to.
não serve para subsidiar
It
alguma
stay
política
there, and
pública,
it's
alguma
not
coisa
enough
mais
to
que tenha
subsidize,
impacto mesmo para as pessoas, né?
subsidize, and it has
Onde
impact for
tem que
people,
chegar, né? Então,
where it needs
falta
to
muito
get.
essa ponte, eu
So we
acho.
don't have this
Lógico,
bridge.
parcerias está cada vez
Of course,
melhorando
with
mais, eu
partnerships
acho,
is
eu vejo
improving, of
isso, né?
course. I see
Enquanto
this
acadêmica, mas,
as
claro,
academia,
tem muito chão para percorrer ainda.
but we
Tem que
have
passar
a
esses
lot
limites da academia,
to go. We
publicar
have to go
paper, que
beyond
outros
academia,
acadêmicos vão ler,
and
mas e daí, né?
academical
Assim,
meetings are going to
essa
read, but
informação
and
tem que dar
this
e
information
esse
needs
tem
to
que
get where it
mudar
needs
alguma
to
coisa da
get,
realidade
and
para
needs to
acabar
change
com as
something from
doenças, enfim,
reality
para mitigar esses impactos.
to
É
end
isso que eu acho.
diseases and mitigate these impacts.
Muito obrigada a todos os palestrantes, ao
Thank you,
público e
everyone,
ao nosso coffee break.
and let's go to our break. Thank you.
are here, 2 minutes to.
Vamos tentar começar.
Let's try to start on time, so we have time for the Q&A, the debate, to enrich our conversation.
Espera para filmagem, Diego? Não. Tá lá, né? Tá. Então vamos lá. Bom dia a todos.
So good morning, everyone, everybody who is here in the auditorium, the ones that are watching us on YouTube channel, the ones that are online with us. You are all very welcome to the panel 5, climate change and their impacts on the urban areas. As the first presenter, I would like to invite you.
Dr. Ilan Koren, he is Professor of Earth and Planetary Sciences at the Weizmann Institute of Science. He explores the physics of clouds and precipitation and ocean-atmosphere interactions. His research approaches include numerical simulations, satellite data, analysis, field measurements, and theoretical work. Please, Dr. Ilan.
So I would like to start thanking the organizers of this amazing meeting. So thank you for the invitation, and thank you for putting together such an interesting out-of-the-box meeting. And as I was presented, my day job is cloud physics. So I study clouds and precipitation, and with the perspective of Climapolis, I study also urban effects on the cloud properties and on the precipitation in the city and downwind from the city. But today I'm going to talk about something completely different. Actually, it speaks very nicely with one of the questions that Guy presented yesterday. And I'm going to ask ourselves, how far are we from the tipping point? And do we have the means and the data to significantly understand it or explore it? So it would be a conceptual talk, and I hope that you will enjoy it. And when dynamical systems approach tipping points, first of all, if you are part of the dynamical system, you don't know always that you are approaching a tipping point, but there are some measures that could hint that you are getting to the dangerous zone. So two of which could be serve as indicators is acceleration of the process that you measure. So for example, global warming is old news, okay? You cannot publish paper now showing global warming. I mean, until recently it was debated, but once we pass this stage, it's old news, right? So we know that we are facing severe global warming. But the question is, what is the rate of warming, and do we see acceleration of this rate? Okay, so acceleration of the warming would be interesting and worrisome indication for irreversible processes. So maybe we ignited a positive feedback or positive feedbacks, like the ice sheet, for example, that actually accelerate the warming. So this is one indication. Another indication could be that we don't see changes in the mean or changes in the rate of warming, but we see changes in the variance. So many dynamical systems, when they approach bifurcation, their variance is starting to get crazy. So these are two of the indicators that we are after. Okay, so it's a conceptual talk. So suppose that you are looking on time series of temperatures of a city. And this is your theoretical time series. And this is what you get. And you have to tell me or to tell us if we are facing, do we see any trends? So of course it's very hard and the variants control the data. And it's such time series, we cannot say much about it. What about this case? So this case is already hinting toward the trend, but who knows? I mean, is it significant? Can we really put our neck on the trend? And let's see another example. So we see a trend and it looks a bit more convincing, right? But I will ask you, what is the difference between the previous trend and this trend? So let's see it. And basically, the first one was a trend because I know for sure because I created the data. So it's a synthetic data. I put the trend. No doubt about it. The second case, the black case, is actually acceleration of the trend. So we have a trend and we have another component that accelerating the trend very, very weakly. But this weekly indicator is what we are after. And the quality of the data is very similar to a true time series of measurements in a station somewhere in São Paulo or elsewhere in the globe. Now, what about this case? Do we see a trend? Most likely not. But if we compare it to the original data, we see increase in the variance. Okay, so these are the two theoretical measures that we are after. And I'm going to show you a brutally simple new approaches to attack such data. And to start, I would like to show you, this is a picture from last week, from Valencia. And if you want to be convinced why we care about the variance or why we care about the extreme events, I think that this is a very convincing river of cars. And this is an event of floods that they faces that was not recorded before. And we have more and more such an events all over the globe, as we heard during the last days. So let me take you to a study that we did to explore trends, temperature trends and other trends. And if you look on the average temperature, surface temperature, you see a trend, okay? Quite convincing trend, and it's a very short time series. So we are talking about from the 80s until 22. But the trend in temperature is quite convincing, and as I said before, global warming is old news. But the graph below is graph of the cloud coverage. And good luck for us to understand what is going on with clouds. And I will not say much about it, but if we will not understand clouds in a very good accuracy, we will not understand climate. So these are the challenges that we are facing. And to do so and to focus on extreme events, we are developing approaches that deals only with the extreme. And one of the approaches is record-breaking statistics. So think about a time series, and I will now add another sample, and I will ask you, what is the likelihood that the next sample will break the record? Will be the warmest measure. Now, if there is no trend in the data, we can actually analytically calculate it. So if we have n samples, the likelihood that the last sample will break the record is 1/n. So very simple mathematics. So now I'm taking my time series, theoretical time series, and I'm counting all the records since the beginning, since sample 1. And this is it. It's a very small number. So the first sample by definition is a record because this is the first measure. The second has a 50% to break the record because it has to be larger than the first. The third have a third likelihood and so on. So actually, this is an exponential function. So it's very hard to break the record. Sorry. It's very hard to break the record when you have a long time sample. So the likelihood to break the record is 1 over n, and as n get larger and larger, the likelihood is getting smaller and smaller, and we can calculate the expected number of records. And this is the function that described below. And basically, it's an exponential, it's asymptotically go to an exponential function. And just to make it clearer, if we have 100 samples, the expectation is 5 records. If we have 200 samples, the expectation is 6. And if we have 1,000 samples, the expectation is a bit more than 7. So it's not a lot, but we can use it to analyze data and to focus on extreme cases. And I forgot to say, but I want to highlight my co-authors, and especially Elisa, who is here. And part of the job, part of the thing that I'm showing here, Elisa did all the hard work. And basically, we took surface measurements all over the globe, and we counted records. So we took something like 80 years. The expected record, if you don't have a trend, is something like 5, okay? And we counted record per pixel. So the left panel, the left upper panel is the record high, and the right panel is record low. And you see 2 examples, 2 points. So point A below, you see that it breaks much more than 5 records. It's actually double the amount of records, and no doubt that you can see a trend. But there are other points in the globe that behave completely differently. When we do the statistics for all over the globe, again, we see that comparing, normalizing by the expectation, most of the pixels all over the globe are exceeding the number of records by far. Okay, 1 is the ratio, the expectation. So you see that the upper distribution is much larger than 1. And when we are looking on record low, we see that we have much less. So we have much less cold days and much more warm, extreme days. And this is okay. So again, I'm showing something that can indicate global warming, but this is all news. I'm after acceleration. So now I'm taking you to to additional component in my analysis, and it's even dumber question. So I have a time record, and I'm asking you, what is the index? What is the year? On what year the record was broken? So if I have one time series, say from the 80s, from 1980s until today, I have temperature measurement, and I will tell you that the record was broken in 2008. It doesn't say anything. I cannot use this data to say anything on climate change. However, if I have many of such measurements, I can do beautiful things. So a little bit more analysis or massaging on the data, instead of asking which year was the record broke, I am asking from today backward, if I give you 5 years, what is the likelihood that the record will be break within these 5 years? So I get kind of accumulated function. Why do I do it? Because then I have very nice analytics, okay? So basically I have number of years from today, and I ask you, what is the likelihood that the index, the year that the record was broken is within this window? So if I have large n number of samples, and I have k samples in my window, the likelihood is k over n. So very, very linear function that depends on the size of the window. Why do I celebrate it? Because then I can calculate standard deviation, and standard deviation is equal to gold in statistics, because I can say something about how significant my results are. And let me show you more. So this is the distribution function, very boring distribution function. Blue would be the likelihood to have the index within my window as a function of the window size. And the red is the complementary, the likelihood for not having the wind. So very boring accumulated distributions, right? But the standard deviation or the variance of such distributions is the multiplication of them. So this is the standard deviation. And now I want to show you how I use all these simple approaches. So please stay with me, because these are kind of, I think, simple to understand new results. The upper left is the average temperature during the last 40 years. The upper right is the year in each pixel where the record was broken. So red is recent years, and the blue is years that are closed more to 1980. And you see that when we are looking on record high, most of the pixels are quite reddish. And when we are looking on record low, most of the pixels are quite bluish. And actually, as I said, global warming is old news. So in this case, we are actually interested in those pixels who does not behave like in global warming. And the question is, how come that there are islands in our globe that do not experience global warming? But this is for another talk. What I do with these pixels, I gather them together and I create histogram. So please stay with me. The purple is the number, the normalized number of records of cold. So when was the record of cold temperature was broken? And you see that it's leaning more to the early years. Early years, I'm talking only about 40 years, and doing statistics of 40 years is almost illegal, okay? So I'm pushing it, and experts in statistics hate me, okay? But if you look on the gold or the yellow, these are the indices or the years that the record high was broken, and you see that you have very nice separation between high and low. And now I take the theoretical distribution for having no trend, and I ask myself how far I am from having no trend. And you don't have to understand the whole concept here. You just have to count the number of deviation in standard error units from having no trend. So basically, this is, for those who know, this is kind of Kolmogorov-Smirnov test, asking how far my distribution is from a distribution with no trend. And basically, I'm far as 1,000 standard errors from having no trend. But again, this is old news. We know that we are facing global warming. So what do I do now? I take a window of 30 years, which is extremely illegal in statistics, and I do the same analysis, but for 30 years windows. And this is the punchline. So basically now I count how far I am from having no trend in windows that are moving, 30 years windows that are moving. The first sample, it means that the window ended in 2008, and the last sample, the window ended in 2022. And basically, I think that it's very clear to see that, yes, well, the first window already showed global warming, but now we see significant acceleration in the global warming. So this is kind of a punchline. I'm very happy, but it's very sad. So I'm happy because I can publish it, but I'm sad because of make your decision. Okay, and last two slides, I want to show again analysis that it's ongoing and it's not published yet, and we are not still massaging it, but over São Paulo. So we are focusing on São Paulo, and we are taking one of the best stations near the national park in São Paulo, which is really treated and measured very nicely. We have almost 100 years of good measurements, and we ask ourselves, okay, what is the amount of cold nights or warm nights, extremely warm nights, extremely cold nights, and what is the trend? And I think that it's really easy to see that when we count the warm days, the amount of warm days per day are increasing, the amount of warm nights per year, sorry, you can see. I think that there is no doubt. Again, climate change or global warming is old news, but what we are doing now, okay, so again, we took the one distribution of the early times and another distribution of the recent years, and we compare the different moments of the distribution. So of course, we have huge jump in the mean, but you could see it with your eyes. But now when we extract the mean, so we force the distribution to have the same mean, we can start analyzing higher moments, for example, variance. And we see also shifts in the variance, okay? I'm not celebrating it enough because it's ongoing project, and actually during the last 2 days, we improved the analysis, so it's really warm. But to summarize, we ask ourselves, do we see changes in higher moments? And these changes in higher moments are really bad news with respect to tipping points, or it can be indication. These are then can be indications to positive feedbacks. And indeed, at least from the index of record breaking, we see no doubt of acceleration in the warming. Thank you very much.
Para a nossa próxima apresentação, gostaríamos de convidar Dr. Cristiano Prestrello. He is a meteorologist with a PhD from the IAG. He is currently dedicated to research on climate variability and change, with a focus on the impacts on Brazil. He is currently in work as an adjunct professor at the Federal University of Rio Grande do Norte. Please.
Bom dia a todos.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank for the invitation to be here today. And after an extremely rich week with excellent presentations and lectures, I confess I had certain difficulty to prepare this presentation because it was a week with extremely impactful news from the point of view of climate change mitigation. And I had this feeling that I was not very optimistic, and this influenced my presentation, the presentation I will have to build from now on. So sorry if I'm not very positive, but we have seen by talking to climate scientists that everyone is a little bit too worried about this acceleration we see, at least in the last decade. We've seen that the planet is getting much warmer than we expected, and the extreme events are being more frequent, much faster than we predicted, and we haven't had the answers for everything. A lot is still in the dark. So I thought that maybe this concern, this recent concern, is related because we have been working with that for a long time. So we worked from the point of view on how the planet has been getting warmer since 1920. So this shows the landmarks. Starts with Fourier in 1920 until the most recent conditions, such as when we started measuring CO2 concentration and so on. And I think that working with that and inform this for long and seeing a relatively slow progress when it comes to decision-making, global actions of all the governments, this has meant, in my perception, this feeling, especially now in 2024, seeing the increase of these extreme events and just few advances in our conference. And we started emitting these alerts. For example, I'm copying 92, I talked about it. We knew that the humans were pushing the ecosystems to a tipping point, and we are on our way to destroy the planet. And nobody would accept much this. 25 years later, the scientific community, to celebrate this first, they issue a new warning, and like we said, we are not following what was necessary, and the situation is getting worse. And we are now, with time, making these reports more sophisticated, and IPCC have done this throughout this period. And I would like to highlight the report that was asked by the decision makers at COP in Paris. And in 2016, the report was launched. We call 1.5 report. And 1.5 is what we consider as the tipping point. So the average temperature cannot be the same or higher of 1.5 in relation to the industrial period, because then with this we would have the tipping point. Possibly, if we try to mitigate global warming, it could not be result in anything, but and then what we have observed is that this trend intensified, at least in the last 2 decades, because from 1970 until around 2014, this warming process is like 18, and then from 2014 now, this warming is from 0.6 degrees Celsius per decade. And we are talking since that conference in Paris that we have the need to reduce or reach zero emissions of greenhouse effect gases, with the objective to, to stop this increasing. It will be difficultly reduced. We need to stabilize first to then start thinking about reducing it. So we have worked to stop increasing the temperature, or at least keep the warming about 1.5. Unfortunately, we haven't done this correctly. It's not just CO2 or temperature. We have been stressing practically everything, all the water, existing natural resources, our consumption, the population development, the way we have deforested the tropical forests. All this, it shows a trend that is much higher than it was previously observed. We developed, the societies were developed and populations in the planet, and we had an average temperature of 14 degrees with an oscillation 0.5 to more or less, and this was essential for us when we developed. And now we have a temperature of 1 point, at least, and in 2024, it seems that we lost control of it.
When we look at this heating that we saw within the ocean, we have 2023, when most temperatures of the area we haven't observed in the last 40 years. And 2024, this trend, it maintains up to the last moment where I took this picture. So it's been a bit problems when we have we have the situation and why we have the trend of cool with this creation. The oceans aren't cooler. Why are they even getting hotter? And this is a possibility of the ocean to retain so much heat, those created by by man, and he being a heating source for the situation. So we're facing this climate situations. It includes independently on country and hemisphere and any situation. And we're having this in the whole planet. And we've been having several events during the week as floodings in Pakistan, shortage in China, the Africa area suffering a lot with shortage of water and feeding and things that we have been dealing with recently. And in Brazil, a concern that we're having is with Amazonia. Amazonia has in 2005 the biggest shortage, and 2015, 16 again, 23 it's again. So, and if we go through decades, it's getting larger and are more frequent. So if we think about shortage of water in Brazil, we had 2012 to 2016, the most severe, the longest one that we have since the 18th century. So we haven't had anything such as severe as this. It was the larger one that we had since it. A student of mine studied this climate characteristic that generate this. So we have this graph, the extreme north for the rain area, 60% are in area of rain was negative. Large part of the period analyzed, we are with an anomaly that is below the average, and temperature, the max goes to 3 degrees and the minimum to 1.5. So the impact to take care of this in the last shortage in 2017, we had the reservoirs were almost empty. We were in the limit for this situation to be taken care of, and at the end of 2017, we had a rain volume, and in 2014 I was here in USP and in my doctorate, and it was the largest shortage that I had in Sao Paulo, showing the biggest anomaly that I had for this area. And most recently in Rio Grande do Sul, we had this extremely shortage, and I'm not going to mention it, but is that when we try to identify vulnerability, these situations of vulnerability, while the climate vulnerability and social, Rio Grande do Sul didn't appear as vulnerable. When we discuss this for the decision making to see where are the most vulnerable situations, it wasn't enough to see it as a vulnerable area. Up to this moment, I'm not working with this, but I am aware for those who did this, and I don't have an information for this, but in an equation where we see vulnerability is one variable to get out and to go out in the case of the climate events and temperature for everything that we see that is not vulnerable, it begins to be a one. So for us, it's concerning as well. So if we see this map and the sharing of shortage of water in 2012 to 2024, we see that they are sectorized by region, following this cycle, the hydrological cycle of the rains. In 2012, 2024, we have the largest shortage that we had in the last 75 years, and it is a more 5 million square meters of area on Brazil with some kind of shortage. So 2024 for sure is much worse than it was in 2023. And I saw this yesterday, the Copernicus shared that 2024 is going to be a hotter year than 2023. And there is only one way of not getting this. And if these anomalies change up to the end of the year, 2024 is going to be the hottest year of the history. Based on the pre-industrial period, 1950 to 1850s to 19, we're going to get the temperatures. Remember the report 2020, 2030, we project that we would get to this decade that is crucial for us to make these decisions to mitigate the climate change. We got 5 years and we reached to these situations. In the most recent average, we are 1.2, 1. But in regards of this, we changed a lot. And just to finish, I've been trying through time to understand. We are at the beginning of getting to another COP on Monday, and we demand a lot how these people don't make decisions for mitigations. We have the answers and understanding from this. It was talked through, and we have some issues that makes this to be delayed, but I have a sensation that us and what is nature and what is environment, we have an environment that is ours. We lose a protection that is what is environment and what is natural. We don't like in flooded cities, but we don't have the same feeling, and it gets very difficult for people to think about election of a decision maker, or if we get as an agent to ask these actions to be done by the decision makers. We don't have relationship with environment. We lack our animals at home, but we don't have the same relationship with the cat in the middle of the forest and are being killed. And when we try to understand this process, after the floodings of Rio de Janeiro and the fires, we did a research to see the reactions of people, and it improves during time. We get 52% of what we believe to 60%, but would you need to have this kind of situations for us to pressure or decide the decision makers for us in terms of climate change and mitigation? So before this research and a bit before, we had a study shared that we were losing some water surface, and we assessed every municipality and thought about how many lost water surface. And it went viral on the internet. This is a video, but we won't be able to analyze it. This is Pantanal burning in July. This is Corumbá. And this happening a party promoted by the city hall, and everyone was there. So they didn't even thought about, is it okay to maintain this party? We have these burnings happening. And do we go to party? Yes, we can. So thinking about the next COPs to mitigate this with this condition, this is an example. Of course, there's a lot of things and making decisions and can be and changing, but when we think in global action, it's difficult to be hopeful. And we had the result of the election in the US. I'm not a very experienced scientist, but we cannot think about this without participation of the US. So I have a COP that is going to happen in Monday, and then we have one in Belém. And we will need the United States sitting on the table. And President Trump will have the rest of the decade to think about mitigation of climate change. So these 4 years we have, by the end of the decade, we're going to have the United States, and I'm counting on them to diminish the effects of climate change. And with this, we think about it looks like we're going down in time, and 28, they did a connection, and at the time, we had Donald Trump elected at that time, and we had these questionnaires in the sense related to environment. And are you planning to decarbonize? Who answered in red, answered saying no, they wouldn't do this Paris, and the candidate that answered more no was the one elected by the Brazilian population. So we have a condition that it seems that we're going back to the past. We have the president in the United States that shows that we have that doesn't believe in climate change and going to do them, and we have elections in Brazil again, and we're going to face this. It looks like very not hopeful, so don't be contaminated by my feeling, because the week was filled with negative news, but what we discuss here is what we need to do. So we need to work on adaptation of the cities, not only Brazilian, but worldwide. If we wait until we have science for mitigation, we're going to wait longer than we can afford. And we have to work on adaptation for those who are more vulnerable and those who are going to need more, and persist and overcome climate change and events. What I had to say was this. I thank the opportunity. So during the debate, we can talk longer. Thank you.
Dando prosseguimento,
Following,
as próximas apresentações,
the next presentations are going to be one following the other. They're going to be together, and first we're going to have Dr. Angélica Benatti-Alvim, and following Dr. Renata Moreira. They asked to do a joint session, one following the other, that treats on the same research.
Gostaria de chamar aqui doutora Angélica Benatti-Alvim. She is architect and urban planet, master and PhD at USP, full professor at Mackenzie Presbyterian University, currently on the CNPq Advisory Committee for Architecture and Urbanism. She is former director of FAU-Mackenzie, coordinator of PPGAU, general postgraduate coordinator at UPM, and president of ANPARC. Please.
Bom dia a todos e todas. Obrigada pelo
Good
convite.
morning, everyone. Thank you for your invitation. I would like to highlight the importance of we being participating of this because I helped a bit with this organization together with Ana Paula and Renato. Thank Ana Paula, Renato, Diego, and everyone from Climapolis, which is the research network that we have. I asked for us to have this together because we are developing a part of our work within this research. This presentation is a bit of the result of the research that we've been developing in Clima, that is cities, adaptation and infrastructure for climate change, where we have a research that involves University of São Paulo, University of Rio Grande do Norte, São Judas Tadeu, and Climapolis, and everyone involved. We've been financed by CNPq and Pesquisa. The discussion we've been bringing here is the discussion that is related to the impact, and it approaches the idea of governance, climate governance in metro areas. This week, we saw basically every climate, including some colleagues that were sick, because it is a city that take care of every climate constantly. But the tragedies we've been seeing in Brazil has a strong relationship with how we take care of our cities and how we plan our cities. And this phenomenon intensifies. So we decided to approach the case of Brazil based on urban and regional and the differences between sectors that happens in metro areas. We know how our colleagues that cities respond to big part of emissions, and is in the cities where we live, where we interact, and we perform our activities, and as well we call amount of vulnerabilities, urban vulnerabilities. This map is the edition from the 80s. We see here how we did this in the global north, irresponsible for the emissions, but in 2005, I didn't find a more updated map, but we see that Brazil and the countries from the global south help with their participation. In this graph, we see that in Brazil, in this series, since 1990, this situation is getting worse. In red, we have the energy sector that has been increasing its role in the inefficiency of emission and reduction of the gases, and here agribusiness, change of the usage of the land and forest, and it's very expressive, and the industrial processes. We have this composition, which is a composition where the rural area and the usage in Brazil have a specific role in the contribution and the increase of the greenhouse effect, and the city more and more wins a protagonism. So the impact in the urban area is very effective because on how we occupy our municipalities and how we plan our municipalities as well. it is necessary to think how we are going to, this event has brought an amount of clues, and I agree with our colleagues. We are discussing a future that is more sustainable, but with a perspective that is not favorable in terms of governance, but we need to think how we can decarbonize, how can we think infrastructures that integrate the green areas, blue, and ecosystems, and in Brazilian field, how we can think equity, and how can we think about a development of the well-being of society. Brazil has, based on the last census, 215 million, 100 people. 85% of people live in the cities. Here we are in the most concentrated area. We have half of the population, so is Sao Paulo, in the gathering of 44 million inhabitants, which is the state of Sao Paulo, for us to understand the dimension of our metropolis. And we are responsible for 10.5% of the GDP. The state of Sao Paulo, it is responsible for 34% of the national GDP. And the metro region of Sao Paulo, and we don't know the distinction of the municipalities, it's composed by 39 municipalities, 29 million inhabitants, and an area of favelas that is correspondent. This is in 2019. We're showing this time the data for favela in the census of 22, IBG, our sector that makes censuses. It's showing today, so I only have data from 19. So we see that the metro region of Sao Paulo works with 12% of favelas are from Sao Paulo, being that most of them are in the municipality of Sao Paulo. We're here. This is the city of Sao Paulo, with big part of this area of favelas in the protected areas, as in the metropolis of Sao Paulo, pressing some protected areas and areas in our places. So this is a place where on Wednesday you went to a field visit, and it's in charge of half of the water supply of the city. This is the context we have with this urban strap pressing the southern area, and with the opportunities of jobs. People travel every day for these areas, and they live in poverty, pressing our areas, producers of water and ecosystems. This is the situation for the area in the south, north. Renata is going to talk about in the economical areas that are urbanas of the metropolis. This is the day-by-day of the transit of the city, or highways that cut the area, and economical activities that work with this metropolis for the ports, Rio de Janeiro, or the interior of the state, and Paraná, Minas Gerais, and other states. In terms of governance, we have here some conflicts. While in the metropolis, we have subregions, consortiums, metro, intermunicipal, and subbasins, for us to discuss the water situation the most environmental situation is the hydrographic and committees of basins. We also have another logic of governance with aims of the macro area, and this big area here involves 5 large metropolises that practically concentrate 70% of the population of the city of Sao Paulo. This and it arrives as an urban area. If you get the matter of water, sewage, waste, draining, and climate change, that in reality is transversal to every of these elements. And in urban terms, we're talking about a country that the federal constitution defined the municipality as main federative responsible in the planning and occupation of the soil, where the federal law of 2001 defined the guidelines to define the master plan, that is responsibility of the municipality, and the zoning end up being the main policy related to the master plan, and it's going to define the rules of occupation and usage of the soil for our municipality and the work code. So I brought something as well. We have the statute of the metropolis that define the governance way of the metro area and depends on these municipalities. So that's why it's marked here, because unfortunately it's weak in comparison of this conjunct, is this gathering. Here we have our metro area, the municipal division by committee of basin, and at the same time the basin committee of the high theater that coincides with the metro basin of Sao Paulo.
54% of the land is environmentally protected by law. So I brought here some examples of research we are doing in order to understand a little bit more the conflict among master plans and metropolitan governance and climatic governance. Recently, a student of mine did her master on this area, and she discusses how much the legislation would imply a land zone for this amount of municipalities, 7 municipalities here, or 7 or 9, if I'm not wrong. So these master plans will help or not, the premises will meet the premises or not that were designed for climate change. So to understand that this basin for urban planning do the articulation between climate change plans, I would say we almost do not have yet. I hope. So she analyzed. I'm not going to talk about the methodology, but that was the result. The master plan and the challenge for climate change, Camila Polaro got to the conclusion that we almost have no contributions. For example, indirect contributions to discuss fragile areas with some of the municipalities. We see that the 3 first indicators are direct contributions, no master plan, and the master plans that have some kind of contribution are indirect contributions with focus to São Paulo, here for land use, and Diadema or Rio Grande da Serra when it comes to facing climate change with some indirect mention to it. No, it's nothing explicit. So Renata is going to explain this a little bit more in detail. We have research from Andresa Ledo who had her PhD together with Germany. This is important. She was working in the network. And this research resulted in our research group that has been discussing the relation between urban instruments and climate instruments and a regional instrument, which is PDUE, that was designed in the context of metropolitan governance without approval now, but where we discuss this relation between federal, regional, metropolitan, and intermunicipal. And in this area here in the north, I will just repeat for us to understand the context, because we talked about this region. In this region, which are also municipalities that are being under pressure by the metropolitan region, we have this analysis, the PDUE, which is the development urban plan of the metropolitan region, integrated urban development plan for the metropolitan region of São Paulo, and it provides for some guidelines for environmental planning in this place, reinforcing the axis of the railroad, as we are going to see further. So, in the context of this PhD, we had the mosaic of master plans, and we can see here that these master plans have been defining industrial areas in areas that should be protected, valuing the transport access that would connect São Paulo to Campinas in the countryside of the state. Just for us to understand, Campinas is another metropolis, one of a little bit richer, so this is important to understand. So this access in a fragile area, environmentally speaking, that supplies water for the city of São Paulo. This has been impacted by a planning that predicts for the impact of industries, reinforcing also the metropolitan impact of this, and opposite, going against the protected areas. So we see here that in the metropolitan plan, there is more, the municipal plan does not contemplate as many protected areas, which is a problem. And soon we are going to show this a little bit more in detail, because Renata will show us, for us to understand, for example, what happens in the areas close to the railroad or with high density in an axis that would not be so dense. So here is the photo of Franco Rocha, the city that we visited in the workshop we visited on Wednesday. So in conclusion, we have insufficient integration between urban plans and an absence, a lack of intermunicipal coordination, discrepancy between targets and results, a centralization of climate governance. This is important for us to discuss, because in Brazil, we have an alignment with the national policy of 2009 and federal plan of adaptation from 2016, but not necessarily breakdown at local and state and municipal stage, the devastating effect and the need of integrated public policies. And here a takeaway message I wrote together with Pedro Jacobi and Andresa. It is a call to action in the context of municipal elections, because we needed to think about the integration of multiple scales and sectors, a multi-scalar governance approach, an action by different federative entities and actors, and also a view of the future that is collective constructed. Thank you very much.
Bem, dando continuidade.
So now to continue with this meeting,
Próxima apresentadora.
the next lecturer will be Renata Moreira.
Professor of the Environmental and Urban Engineering course at UFABC, Architect Master and PhD from the Faculty of Architecture and Urbanism at USP, with research in drainage, sanitation, and urban risk management. Professional experience in developing public policies and favelas upgrading projects. Please.
So let me see. Thank you for your presentation. Good morning for everyone. So just okay. So I'll start. Oh, sorry. I'll present in Portuguese. I don't know if in Portuguese or in English, but Portuguese. Okay. Então eu vou apresentar aqui mais
So I will
especificamente
make my
os detalhes do
presentation.
caso.
I will talk more about the details in the North region.
Mas
Juque Cantareira, sub-basing. But before, I'm going to talk a little bit about the work group in this part of the research that is together with CM Clima. But we have a group from the North region, me, Professor Angélica, and Paulo Olivato, who are more there in Peru, and with the contribution of different researchers, valuable contribution of Andresa Ledo Marques, who is a doctor also, Ivan Alves, Luciana Varanda, Andresa and Luciana are in Germany now, Natalia Mazoneto, Mila Cruz, Mila Prado was there, and Caena. And why is this case, Juqueri Cantareira, is valuable place essential to understand the issues that Angélica showed us? First of all, a characterization, an understanding, a diagnosis of this place. It is a place that is essential to the water supply of the metropolitan region of São Paulo. More than half of the population is supplied by this system, which this is in the area, so big, large infrastructure devices are in this area. It is a significant environmental importance area. It has an urban occupation that is concentrated along the railway axis and also confined between the floodplain and steep slopes, highly susceptible to spaces that different from the ones we saw in the central part of the basin. This area is also pressured by mining activities and more recently logistic centers that are located there. So it shows some of the main topics Angélica mentioned, some complexities and gaps in territorial policies, distinct interests, conflict and disarticulations between sectoral public policies, an urgency to discuss these strategic functions, large-scale ones, to promote resilience and sustainability of this environment, and the need for having shared critical governance on the metropolitan fringes. So, a little bit now to resume the discussion of that Angélica started. So you can see this region here, which is our region of study, more recently occupied, concentrated growth rates, and the relation depending from the central part of the metropolis. So the North region itself being highlighted now in this map, there is a structure of big preservation areas in that area. These areas in green, areas that are protected for the control of this wetland, the structuration of this occupation, especially along the railroad, and also a structure intermunicipal, internal needs, the connection through roads, even in that, even locally. And then here, the 5 images, you see the occupation throughout 5 years. We see an intensification of these red spots that are the urban areas near the end of Cantareira system. It is a system that uses water from other basins and other states, but it is in our region. So we see an increase of these red spots, not only throughout the railroad, but what calls our attention is an occupation in the southwest and west. And more than looking to these red spots is also in the suppression of vegetation that takes place in these red dots, especially in this area here. And of course, also the densities, which is concentrated there along the railroad axis, but a non-correspondence among the areas of recent suppression of vegetation and density. So these are other uses that are not for housing, but are being predicted for this area. And then what the conflicts are in terms of other planning levels we identify in this area. Looking at this region of the basin, we have the metropolis, very dependent on Cantareira system, large infrastructure systems, and failures and interruptions can lead to catastrophic impacts, both for failures when they need to open the floodgates or if the dam breaks and stop the supply for 10 million people, a series of interdependence of these devices. So when the floodgates are open, you make the floods even more serious in the central areas of Franco da Rocha and Caieiras, and an overposition of risks due to the presence of these devices. Another function, other level, macro metropolitan level, state level that shows in this region is the installation of a logistic polygon to these two important railroads. So we see a large growth of new logistic centers, which in a specific region we have seen the municipality of Franco da Rocha. This is a project that came recently there for the purpose. We see the kind of occupation that they propose. So the kind of impact it causes. So even though the logistic plan has an optimization of the system in order to reduce emission and so on, the impact, the land impact of it have important questions with the time these policies is about land and water. And then what we see in terms of tools, what is happening, this is one of the master plans that were made in the mosaic. So in 2006, Franco da Rocha would predict for the West region protection areas there and family agriculture. But now, in a review 10 years later, these areas that were supposed to be preservation allow for industrial use exactly for the implementation of these logistic centers. So we see retrocess in terms of some discussion. So this topic that were presented, there are many others in this region. It is a region with different types of equipment, large pieces of equipment, but highlighting logistic centers and water. There is an issue as the need to understand these devices, these infrastructure functions, to understand the interconnections, the interactions of this infrastructure, and especially how the planning and governance of these are articulated or disarticulated. So then we have a methodology to look at this social technical network graph after doing the diagnosis and everything, and then we move from methodology that is more the social technical, the niche, social technical niches, first organized by Jefferson and Luciana Travassos on a proposal for analysis fronts, and maybe a morphological location land. We readapted this first insight they brought to us by thinking on the network, an analysis done cross analyzing scales. Oops.
As escalas de planejamento, instrumentos de governança a nível federal, estadual, macrometropolitano, metropolitano, subregional e local, as dimensões de
the
análise, né?
dimensions of analysis,
Tanto
so
ambiental,
physical environment, built environment, large infrastructures and facilities, and socioeconomical
uma
aspects.
leitura dos
And
agentes, né?
another reading about the
Depois eu vou
agents,
detalhar mais pra frente,
after I'm
um
going
pouco
to
da leitura dos
detail
agentes
a
e da
little
leitura
bit
dos
more
instrumentos.
when it comes
E
to
aí,
instruments or
o
tools.
modelo dessa
And then the model of
que a
this
gente
big
propôs
matrix that
a
we
gente tem
proposed
dados de entrada,
would
que são os
be
diagnósticos da área,
the
a
input
definição dos problemas
data,
da
the
área,
diagnosis, the problems of the area,
organiza de acordo com
and
as
then we
dimensões
organize it
tematicamente,
according
né?
to the
E aí a gente
dimensions,
distribui
and then we
essas
distribute
informações de
this information
compreensão
of the understanding in different levels, different planning levels, what different levels they belong to, and the different agents they mobilize, both public, private, governance, instruments, laws, expecting as a result an idea of conflicts, lacks, or gaps, and potential for governance and planning, both of the what existing things and not existing that can be connected and improved. For this methodology, we propose 4 main questions to analyze. We have a matrix, an analytical matrix, but then we read the instrument. So the first question, does the instrument mention or indicate links to other instrumentation? What are them? A second question, if the instruments mention, explicit mention climate change, and if they address the guidelines, if the set economic development instruments address climate and environmental issues, and if it's related to these environmental issues, and finally, how does the plan address the environmental and physical specificities of the study area? So in a first extract from this analysis, there are many more plans for us to analyze, but we took some of each scale. And what we see after, I'm going back there, but when it comes to the results, when instruments mention other instruments, they are instruments of the same level, especially of the same level. So when they mention others, they are talking about instruments that are well known, that municipalities mention the state scale, macro metropolis and federal ones, you mentioned federal ones. So the scale, the metropolitan and macro metropolitan plans mention more other plans of other scales. They address more the issue of climate change, and they also relate with more levels. So there is a highlight here to be done at this scale for the plans developed among 2022, year 12 and 13. They mention other plans and also mentioning climate change, with a special highlight for the plans related to the water resource, the basin plans. They really mention a highlight, an outlier for these mentions. And something important that Angelica showed you is that local instruments, they mention mainly other local instruments. And only mention climate change in specific climate change adaptation plans. So these master plans, they needed to make a lot of progress, they need to evolve. So in blue, you see question number 2, in order to incorporate those guidelines for climate change. So when you see here 2 plans, Plan Clima or or the plans developed by the city of São Paulo, because they have the conditions to incorporate these guidelines. But the other municipalities that we analyzed, Franco da Rocha, Caeira, Francisco Morato, Mariporã, Cajamar, still a few, very few incorporated into the master plans. I think this was my message. I don't know if I used my time correctly, but this was my presentation.
Gostaríamos de registrar a
We would
presença
like now
da
to
Secretaria
mention
Executiva
the presence of the
Municipal
Executive Secretariat of Climate Change in the Municipality of São Paulo, represented by Danilo Augusto. Mr. Danilo Augusto, we will invite you
prestigiar com a sua palavra. Por favor.
to make use of the stage and maybe say a few words.
Bom dia a todos.
Good morning, everyone.
Vocês estão me ouvindo?
Can you hear me?
Precisa, né? Mas é que eu não estou me ouvindo. Agora eu estou me
It's
ouvindo.
because I cannot hear myself. Now I can hear myself. I thought it was my earphones. Okay, so it's a pleasure to be here with you and represent the City Hall of the City of São Paulo. Many of what was said, we already execute, especially using the link here when it comes to Clima, the climate plan in the City of São Paulo, but also to bring my contribution as a resident. I have been seeing the evolution of the resilience of our city. A lot has to be done, a lot needs to be done, because like they said, the absence of urban planning, the conception of the master plan, and even the environmental awareness of the population of our city and the people who are here are extremely necessary so the city can be more resilient to the climate changes that we have been living. I am an activist at Guarapiranga. It was a region that was also mentioned due to the needs, extreme needs for public policy, social assistance, jobs, urban planning, drainage. I don't know if I mentioned basic sanitation, which is extremely relevant. And we have some policies that are implemented in our secretariat, such as the integrated operation for OIDA, which is for water advocacy, and to fight organized crime, use and occupation of these water sources areas that are designated for the population that sometimes they have to go to the place through organized crime that destroy the environment, and they market real estate there in a very inappropriate way. So we need the help of the police, federal police, because these are militias. How can I say? It is organized crime that is there not only in the city of São Paulo or in the state of São Paulo, but it is a national problem. Also, the need to pay special attention. This is why this meeting is so important, because it not only shows the issues and concerns of the city, but also the recurring problem, like we said, in other cities in Brazil. And it was also important, this meeting of the academy, to give us the opportunity to debate, generate data, manage the climate emergencies that we are living, because it is extremely relevant, coordinated work, not only in the city of São Paulo, but all the metropolitan region, to protect our springs, our water sources, because this is what will ensure the quality of life for the population. And everybody knows that in the concept of sustainability, economics overcome social issues. So a big alert, in my view, maybe in the view of the management of Ricardo Nunes, the mayor, is to look at the ones who need it the most and fight this, make the city more resilient to climate change, because in the end, the most vulnerable are the ones who suffer the most. So we are here available. Our climate change secretariat, that was the first secretariat of it in Brazil, we are there available, everything you need. We have the climate plan. We are revising this plan, because we have been evolving on it, but a lot has to be done. So with the support of the academia, we will go further. I am available whenever you need, also there in the secretariat, so you can visit us and get to know the work we do, and we can exchange knowledge. We gain when we exchange. Nobody is going to be left behind. Thank you. Thank you, Danilo Augusto. And now, to continue with our session, we are going to invite the speakers, the lecturers, to come to stage, so we can start the debate.
está convidado para se
You are
juntar.
also invited, Danilo Augusto, to join
Se
the
desejar, se tiver
speakers
alguma pergunta, enriquecer ainda mais o debate.
to enrich even more our debate. It will be a pleasure.
I would like to invite you, Dr. Ilan Kor, to join the table. Thank you. Então, agradecendo a apresentação de
And
cada
now I would
um,
like to thank
cada um de
everyone's
vocês,
presentation
e também o atentarem para o tempo.
and also to pay attention to time.
Não vou me esticar aqui na minha fala, que eu vou privilegiar o debate.
I will privilege debate, so I'm not going to speak for long. I would like to congratulate you all
Das
for how
apresentações.
rich your presentations
Creio
were.
que
I believe that
aproveitou ainda mais esse evento.
they made the event even more fantastic because we see the transdisciplinarity in this panel, the panel 5. So please, if you have any questions or comments, you will say your name and you can say your names and then ask the question, okay? First question there.
Switch to English. Ilan, I want to ask a specific question, and then I'll leave for the discussions on governance, which I'm sure there will be lots of. Thanks for your talk. Very, very interesting, the statistics and everything. Yes, we're not talking about the 15 years only. Two quick, very questions. I missed the beginning of your talk, and I'm sorry if you mentioned that. Why do you have only 15 years? Because I'm sure there would be database that. The second question, more specific about the São Paulo data. From your analysis, can you decouple what is the warming due to climate, global warming, and what is due to urbanization, and then how much is due to one and another? Because that's for policy implications is very important, and that would be a very nice analysis to do.
So thank you for the, can you hear me? Oh, thank you for the questions and very good questions. So why did we limit ourselves to 40 years? And sometimes we took more, but when you use global data, the quality degrades when you go to older data. So there were many studies that show that from the end of the 70s until today, this is the peak quality of the data. And of course, we would love to use double the amount of data, and then all the results would be much more clear. But we made this decision in order not to face continuities in the way by which the data is manipulated. So this is about the data length. And about the analysis in São Paulo, well, Elisa is doing most of the analysis, and currently we cannot separate. We can show trends in the mean, we can show trends in the variance, which are extremely important, but the reason to explain the reason, we have to do it simultaneously on many stations, and we plan to do it. And then hopefully, if we will see differences as a function of the location of the station, then we will be able to separate global from local effects. But it's a very, the data is noisy, as we all know, and the quality of the stations is not the same. So we are facing all these challenges, and we want, this is our wish, to separate processes. Thanks.
My question is to Ilan. Thanks, that was an excellent presentation. The question that I had was, maybe I missed it, the analysis that you presented over the ocean, was it with the satellite data or was it with the reanalysis data? Did you look at multiple data sources? Because you are looking at islands of areas where, some of these, the global, the climate change impact,
Right.
the signal did not show through or something like that. But then did you look at multiple data sources or it was only satellite data?
So no, this is again, it's a good point. And when you do such delicate analysis, the data matters. The data always matters, but the data quality matters a lot. So we did both. We did a few studies only using only satellite data, but then we are limited to 20 years, because it's not only that you have to take satellite data, you have to take the same satellites. Because if you switch between satellites, even if the instrument is the same, but if you switch between satellites, then bad news. I mean, it doesn't work if you look for delicate trends. So when we worked on satellite only data, we are limited to 20 years, the MODIS, because MODIS provide the longest and the best quality time series of sea surface measurements or other atmospheric climate properties. 20 years is illegal when you talk with experts in statistics. I mean, they will kill you. But we try to exchange time length, and replace it with many different pixels. So you have kind of a time, spatial, temporal exchange. And we hope to convince that we can do it even for 20 years, although it's very challenging. 20 years, how do you separate El Nino from other? I mean, El Nino control most of the data in most of the atmospheric variables. So there is, I mean, this is, it's really the main player. And of course, it's a chaotic oscillator. And then you want to show trend and acceleration in a trend. You have the nerve to do it in 20 years. I mean, we are blamed for doing it. Then when we go to sea surface temperature, we use NOAA database, which consider the most reliable, and then they mix different type measurements, floaters, boats, satellites, whatever they can put together. And some of the studies we use ERA5 reanalysis because the quality of the reanalysis is increasingly getting better and better. And ERA5 is a huge jump towards high quality. Thanks.
I would like to move a bit to the governance. Very nice talks, by the way, all of you. I would like to know what is the status a bit of the thinking, of the thought in Brazil about how to organize the adaptation aspect of climate responses. Adaptation is very expensive. It's very complicated. It requires a lot of transformation. It's more complicated than mitigation, which is basically reducing emissions and so on. But once you have to adapt to what appears to be a real warming now and extreme events and all that. So how is that from the governance organized? Is there a national plan? Are there local plans? How is all that coming together?
Okay, so I guess we have some a lot of. Can I speak in Portuguese? Okay, so acho que a gente nós temos uma condição.
I believe we have a condition of variability of the urban situations that is very large.
Então a gente tem
and in the metro contexts, it's difficult to think in an amount of options of adaptation. We have very few in terms of draining, which is our largest problem and scarcity. We have very small space to release space, ponds. They were going to have a smaller impact in the amount of water that is generated here and in other metropolis and other regions in other countries, they are more or less efficient and effective. In the metro region, what I've been seeing of Sao Paulo is that the problem of climate change was approached as highlights of some and continue. And exactly that they were approached in the sense of catastrophic situations, in the sense of if we have lack of water in the whole system, there are so many people that are going to be with no waters. And this amount of millions of people that the problems are still being treated in this scale. And when they were approached in the instruments, they were approached in this sense, and they have been being implemented in a scale of policies that doesn't land and doesn't get to the scale. So what I see is that they're concentrated, the directives are in the state, in the metro regions, but they are able to get to actions, to processes that are more local. This is my understanding and was confirmed doing the analysis of the instruments that we began to do and to dedicate. I don't know if I answered the question. In terms of governance, I believe that the arrangements of the committees and the basin, they have a great potential because these are changing governance and planning, that they are concerned about the amount of water that are available, and they are contributing with the management of water. So this is exactly, this governance is the one that is presently under larger threat of disappearing, as we have last week. We had recently the agency and Department of Water and Energies became a regulator agency, and is a huge question if it wasn't communicated to the committees. I'm part of the committee, and we are very misinformed on these processes. So it's not possible to understand if it's promising because it's a level for the planning, or if it's scary. I don't know if it was clear, but this is my answer. I believe that Renata says everything, and I would like to complement the importance on urban planning with the relationship with the climate change situations, as we mentioned. Danilo was talking about many important things, and I would like to check and at the same time ask that the process of planning is incorporated in the planning of climate change and vice versa. We don't see that happening. Plan Clima is an instrument and is very close within the secretary, and I believe that it should be transversal, as well as the urban planning should be transversal in the sense of the other secretaries. So I believe that we have in Brazil a problem that is a base problem in the metro region, that is the Federative Pact. Our Federative Pact values a scale of the municipality, and when we have a huge hydrographic, we have a metro region that is the larger metro region of the country, and we are on top of the source of our waterfall. So we have a huge problem in regards of water supply. We depend, as Renata said, on import of water from other basins. For example, Campinas and Minas Gerais. And at the same time, we have a problem with the template of our territory and a huge amount of people living in poverty with a lot of scarcity. And it's a serious problem, and it's always related to the process of city halls. City halls are in charge of the situation and to work in this precarity. So, and the problems that articulate and practically what happens in Franco da Rocha is going to affect São Paulo. I have two municipalities in the middle of the road. And it's important to recover and to establish, because we never had a metro governance, starting from the understanding that the metropolis needs to be seen through these specificities. So maybe these committees are a way out. It's a tripartite, it's three parts, and we've been discussing doctorate, and Professor Pedro Jacobs, and for us to hear, but we have to find ways for the governance and metro. Recently, we worked with these consortiums in metro. We see how limited they are, and they are hijacked, and we have a party politics situation, and the plannings end up not having a continuity, and they are hostages of the elections and the plan. And the sector plan, it should be a plan for articulation of the urban planning and regional, and we have to think that we need a management of the territory.
Professora Angélica, certo?
Professor Angélica, I loved your talk and the other professors. I'm hearing myself being translated. So to corroborate with everything you just mentioned is question that never in a city of Brazil we had a plan, action plan for climate change. A lot needs to be changed. I believe that everything you bring on the plan clean to the master plan, it is something that is important. It's recent that we need a management to debate on the importance of democratization of information. So this is why I invite you all to get to know our secretary and the action plan, the climate action plan, for you to have your point of view and bring your contribution. Two heads think better than one, and we've been talking about arbor trees succession. And how can we talk about this in a place where we don't even have trees? I talk about this with very tranquility. Is the reality of my peers and my family, and it's different from a lot of people. And living from benefits, the debate of this climate change, and it's people that don't suffer from climate change. I live in the peripheral area with a lot of struggle, and I'm very struggle to get where we got. And unfortunately, we live in an area where people is part of the master plan. They don't know what is right, what is wrong, what is an industrial area. These people, we need to qualify the debate, to call people to debate something they don't know nothing about. It's not okay, because sometimes this vote is not qualitative, and they choose people in the chamber, as it was added here in the master plan of the Francisco Morato region. Of course, it wasn't people who chose this. It was the chamber and the executive that changed the destiny of these people and the destination of green areas that are going to be future logistic places. And it's with the Guarapiranga pond, that is High Tietê, where we have present, we have a proposal coming from one river to supply the metro region that is related to Guarapiranga and coming from Mariporã. So once again, we deviate the river and to say, depending on this, and they are impacted. This to approach something from the city of Sao Paulo, we've been working to adapt in the macro draining areas like rains and a lot of other situations. And we need a social participation that is more effective. If we have undertakers and companies that build buildings and they don't get permeable areas, we're always going to look for public areas, but the particular areas like yards, houses, even large companies that build different buildings, they always draining the water from the surface and sending to the street that water that could be drunk. And we look also to the government. We need to look more critically on what we buy, what we consume. This look at the market as well, because the checkage of this big undertaker is always from the public power, but it is our law. When we buy a house that doesn't respect the climate situations of the city, that dry the waters and doesn't ensure public areas to ensure draining areas, to improve these areas, to have water draining and all this draining, that we don't involve these permeable areas. If all of us should or could check this and having less situations in this sense, we would have less these situations with the pluvial water, and this is one of the things that I think is important, and if we all work together, we can get there more effectively. Jean Maglio, I'm researcher from the University of Architecture, and I'm also and we have the PPA for policy. I would like to ask two questions, and I debated this in my presentation. In the municipality, I have three agendas that should be in the planning. That is biodiversity, risk management, and adaptation. And if we can reach this level to assess this, because this agenda doesn't get down the municipal level. The other one, we have a training for the basin, and it was there with the results that we had 80 participants, managers from ITT, and we have a kind of a problem, regional problem. I don't know if in this governance, this regional situation can bring elements. In the extreme high Tietê, we have the flooding of the plain area. We have a lot of situations where we have slidings there up north. So a problem for adaptation that is differentiated by region. This governance, if it crossed not only the local area, but a regional, we could bring more clues on how to get to the territory. And not only together, the climate plan having several cities of not only Sao Paulo and this crossing area, it's real, not only to cross with the urban planning. And the last revision, we were going to fill with buildings, and we're going to lose 80 years of measurement. So we had this, and I agree completely with the professor. Before I give back to the table, we have 10 minutes. I would like to bring, we have other two registered, I would like to bring other two questions and we raise so we get to the table for the last round of answers. Beatriz, my specific question is for Professor Cristiano on projection for rain in the south. We were discussing in terms it is more important for us to understand how it's going to rain than how much. It is a specific problem for what we've been studying, which is leptospirosis. And I've been thinking about the political positioning and who we are. I know that you're a bit unhopeful, but I would like to hear something more hopeful, how to work with these people that participate with these processes, because with our elections, it was clear that not even tragedies are able to sensibilize this part of the population, and our challenge is today to add this as a priority, because it's not possible that the sensibilization through tragedy is able to add these climate situations. I know it's difficult, but which would be the word for us to live here a bit motivated, at least if it was little motivated.
Bom dia, Jonathan, da UFRN.
Morning, Jonathan from URN. Thank you for your presentations. I have two questions. I'm going to be fast. Cristiano, in the presentations on projections, we have a slide that showed a limitation based on the projections on the south, based on floodings. And I'm concerned in the sense of data. We say that nothing is more important than data. We were talking about this. And I would like to say that if you can comment a bit on the Brazilian side, based on data, if we have this need to diminish the uncertainties of the templates. And we worked on the urbanization and the hydrographic basins, and we have a plan going usage and occupation. This is the main basin of the metro region. Our main problem there is usage and occupation of the soil. We have conflicts in terms of supply. How can we use this occupation in the PCJ? And the committee is using these resource plans, tools. I would like you to comment on this. I would rapidly try to answer Professor Ivan and Renata. So thank you for your questions. I believe that we've been doing this matrix looking to several instruments, and there are a lot. So at the beginning, when we discussed biodiversity and the usage of the soil, the environmental situations, reading the instruments on a federal level, you have macro metropolitan, and regional. These instruments have a discuss that the speech is very nice. It's an interesting speech. We have a lot of instruments. The speeches are amazing. The problem is how are they implemented in the practice, and how can they reach this mapping? They cite, but they not necessarily map and get in depth of this territory. This is the big problem. In the case of our region, there are very few instruments that actually recognize the region as a potential, ecosystemic potential. It is, but it's seen in the point as a point of passage. The axis determines, and the railroads determine the logic of occupation, and not necessarily with the day-to-day logic of the population. This is a huge problem. I believe that the defense we have to do is not governance anymore. It is a governance, a regional, metro. The committees can be the way out, even though they are very fragile. We need to see other forms of thinking about this regional governance. Agencies, consortium, because they depend on this articulation of mayors, and we see what's going on in ABC area, metro region, that is a strong governance, but we don't have leadership, we don't have governances. There are people, not parties, and it's very fragile. So how are we going to leave this? The participation and training, as you've been mentioning, it's a way out that is very important for our future. And it is very not credited anymore. I'm going to complement some few words with what Angelica said, and I'm going to ask a question that it goes together to give the floor to him, because then we have three questions. Yes, I believe our research tried to approach all these dimensions, and biodiversity, maybe we need to give a better breath of fresh air. But the risk, yes, of course, we have a next step, getting in depth of these instruments and risk management. And with the training, it's very interesting, because even if it's a vision of the metro situations of the basins, the consultations, the regions that are reviewing the proposal, and the subcommittees, they have some convergence. And getting to know some problems with the metro region, strategic functions that we have some situations in this, when can orientate some of these situations, and there are amazing contributions that we need to consider. And in regards of the committee, because I work in the committee of High Tietê, and is from the metro region, in our area we have a small space that is TCJ, and it's High Tietê. What I can say, our activity, our technical activity is very intense in the way of analysis, and the analysis of the projects that we do here in High Tietê has analysis systematics that I found very well and focused on PDCs and sub-PDCs. And is very criterious for us to make this valuable, and is very articulated and mention a lot of the climate changes. So what is the analysis? We have a resource for the state fund, and that created some actions, and it's to be framed in this highlight. So we had a management with sense, and the analysis of the projects is something I saw, that I see guidelines that are being considered when we analyze a project that is going to get resources that are going to be applied. So I have a strong belief, and I think it doesn't happen with the policies that we're going to have in front. And my question related to these projections and the indicators and the hotspots of vulnerability that doesn't appear, and as we are in the table of different fields, in the point of view of urbanists, who will be interested to improve these indicators? Is there any study on our area that should be important? I don't know if it makes sense, my question, but this is it.
Bom, acho que primeiro falando
Well, I think that first, on part of your question related to the rain distribution, the occurrence of rain, and in terms of projection, we see that Naturally, the climate analysis from the point of view of precipitation in Brazil, what really produces the impact for us is the quality of the rain throughout time. Because due to this quality is that we can think our planning. And when we talk about climate variation, this variation normally is to mess a little bit the occurrence of the rain throughout the rain season. So why do we are worried about El Niño La Niña? Because El Niño La Niña will affect how the rain happens with time. So we used to think that we have El Niño and it's going to reduce rain. No, you can have an El Niño and it rains everything in a very short period of time. So when we think about the projection, is that these consequences of bad distribution of rain get more severe. So you can have not only shortening this season, or postponing or anticipating this season of rain, and then this that you would wait for a short period of time and add there, and it will rain even more. Basically, this is what we saw in Valencia and in Rio Grande do Sul. It is rain that is expected because you have a climatological base, you have a projection for certain limit, but then the intensity of climate change comes and adds something that is difficult to plan for it. So we will need to be constantly creating an adaptation process and possibly have to go beyond what we are expecting. But these projection models with years, they have been improved with a scientific level of quality that is unprecedented. So these are models that we cannot find any other similar. And despite the uncertainties, there are ways to reduce these uncertainties. So you can have a quality of information close to optimal. So what recently has concerned us is that when we think about projecting climate for the future, we draw a scenario based on the experience we have on how we developed from industrial revolution. And one of these developments, we try to project how much greenhouse effects we have, and we make these projections. We have been doing this since the 2000, 2005, 2004, even a little bit before that. But from 2000 to now, I had what was projected in the past in terms of emissions, so we can evaluate, we can assess our behavior. And the models, they underestimated how much we would emit of greenhouse effect gases. So we emitted in the last 24 years more gases than projection models would say in the past. So our concern is that we are underestimating the risk. And then we are going to maybe give a response to it, because we have designed the next scenarios, and probably 25, 26, we are going to see what will be the next IPCC report. And then this level of underestimation is going to be corrected, and we are going to have an idea of what we are going to face from now on, because the models were more sensitive to this than the others. So they showed that we would possibly have a condition that will be worse till the end of the century, and most probably these models will be more sensitive to this trend of global warming. So my concern is more, what I'm saying, more to provoke. Normally, I see that we start feeling comfortable, but no, do not join this comfort zone, because it's not like that. We need to keep a red alert on while we are thinking what is best. We mentioned, it's expensive. The adaptation is expensive, but to rebuild a whole city is even more expensive. So I'm worried about the economy of a country, of these countries here in the south, that we'll have to rebuild cities every 10 years. So we need to keep this alert on in order not to reduce our intention of making it work. And then as a country, as Brazil, if we can solve the problem of Amazon and say, look, we are not, the forests are not under fire as before. This is naturally, but there are a lot of forest fires happening naturally. And then you add this to the criminal fires, we will become one of the biggest polluters. But we need to act as a country with the reduction in the greenhouse effects emission in order to become leaders in a conference. Because if we go to a conference as one of the most polluting countries and they say, look, you need to do this and you need to do that, we do not have the power of pressure. Imagine a COP in Berlin where we will be there still trying to, if we should explore or not the margins of the Amazon River, because we want one of the big exporters of oil, but I do not use oil in my energy matrix, and it's not nice. And we need to touch this wound and say, no, I know that it's nice to, I know that the economy is good, but we need a plan B for that. And then the population, they receive the information is that, and this is the point we can create a mass, we can do something about it because the population will receive the information that we need to explore these margins because this will be for economic development of the country. And nobody will disagree with that. Based in all the problems we have, we need money. And then if you sell the idea that it is more important, economically speaking, to explore the margins of the Amazon than not doing this and looking for another possibility to develop economically. So we need to bring the population to this debate. The population needs to be better informed. And if you ask a teenager today in Brazil, they know that agriculture is pop, is tech, but they don't know, they cannot discuss the impact of climate changes in their lives because our way to reach this public, to reach this mass is bad. We need to improve this, we need to make efforts so this dialogue can reach that population that today are there voting and the population that is going to vote in the future. And it's not just our problem. I was trying to understand social science in order to bring something, leave my area a little bit. And I had the idea that maybe we distance ourselves from nature. And this is excellent for the oil industry, for example. And there is a study that was carried out in England. A researcher took children from 8 to 12 years of age, boys and girls, and the same amount of boys and girls, and she took them cards, 90 cards of different species, vegetal and animal species, and the same number of cards of Pokemons. Everybody know what a Pokemon is? It's a drawing and everything. And then she presented it for the two classes of the children, the Pokemon cards and the cards with plants and animals. Which ones do you think they got the most? They got 80% of the Pokemon types, the kinds of Pokemon, but only 30-35% of the plants and animal cards. And then one of the results is that girls have much more perception of animal and plant species than boys. Until the age of 9 or 10. At 12, they become equivalent. So there is a relation that girls are more exposed to. She doesn't explain how, but at some point, girls are more exposed to animal species than boys, and boys much more exposed to hormones and other things. So, and then at the year of 12, they become the same to show that in school itself, we are producing or not acting, not doing or helping with this connection that the humans must have with the nature. And then in the end, the research concludes, but we should use that to our benefit. This is the research that was published on Science. We should use this in our favor because it's clear that a child with 8 years old, they could learn about 80% of Pokemon time. So invest this condition and they will learn about the nature species and they will become someone that will debate and probably advocate for it, for the nature to be protected. So I do think that for us, in order to have the power to make this mitigation process to happen, we need to engage the population, so then to put pressure to the Brazilian government so they can get there and talk and say, this is how we are going to do and this is how you're going to do. Because otherwise people will say, no, but you want to sell oil more than I do, so this does not apply, okay? Thank you. Thank you to the speakers. We advanced a little bit the time. The interpretation will be over for now. So thank you for the speakers once again for this very rich debate. And we close now and invite you all for lunch. And we return at 2. See you. See you at 2. Thank you. Have a very nice lunch.